first. We have the banging as in the symbols.
So, hi. We're back finally.
Hello.
I still sound like shit. And I feel like shit still. And Biscuit feels like shit. We have turbo pneumonia.
And I just kind of always
Together.
feel like shit.
They're splitting
we
custody
agreed
of
on
turbo
that.
pneumonia.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you're both alive. That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
huh,
I'm glad that I didn't die, and I'm glad that Biscuit didn't die.
Yeah.
Biscuit
This will
was
just
probably
make you
a-
both stronger.
Yeah, Biscuit was definitely a little closer to it than me.
But yours was protracted. You can't
Yeah.
discount that.
That's been going on for a while.
Somebody did attempt murder on Biscuit, though.
True.
Famously.
Yeah.
Was it
I mean,
biscuit on biscuit
It's
violence?
like an actual assassination attempt.
Yeah, kind of.
Very premeditated, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Surely it wasn't Biscuit saying, "Let me try that," because he said it tastes weird.
Hey, I'm going to turn my volume up.
So-
Yell at me if this is too loud. How's this? How's this? We good?
You sound okay.
Cool.
That sounds great.
What?
Awesome.
Nice and clear.
So I've actually learned in the last 10 minutes that a bunch of the people I was there with are coming down with COVID. So
Oh,
what I'm
God.
experiencing currently might be a combination of mild peanut-related anaphylaxis and turbo COVID.
Oh my God, you're patient zero of the peanut COVID.
I
Incredible.
might be.
Code.
Do you think it's going to develop some kind of peanut-related mutation?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like it. I feel like it could be. It could absolutely true. Well, the thing is, if you're experiencing an allergic reaction that's really strong, your immune system is tied up. So your immune system is basically dead while it's fighting off the allergen.
Sure.
So like, if there's COVID in the neighborhood, I'll get it.
Right.
If in this scenario, so I must have it because the people I was rooming with have it.
Yeah, it stands to reason.
Not to mention, like all those vaccines I got worthless.
Yeah. Sorry, I can. Never mind.
Thanks, peanuts.
Okay, but hypothetical, real quick. What if the combination of the peanut reaction and the COVID, like mutated your DNA like some sort of Spider-Man,
He's
and
peanut
you started
man.
and you started shooting peanut butter out of your wrists?
I
Biscuit?
thought about that, and I've already tested for a couple of superpowers, and the only thing I've got is that I have magnetic skin.
Huh.
You can accidentally damage your phone.
You know
Great
that,
superpower.
that famous property of peanuts.
Pretty weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
What if it's a
you
property of
take
butter?
peanuts, you have to tell me.
Man, mutations are weird.
Doctors are a scam. Medicine's a scam.
Here it
Science is false.
Earlier, when you said the word vaccines and pause, I'm so used to you as a joke, just going off into crazy conspiracies that I was ready for it. I thought you were about to say that the vaccines gave you peanut allergy.
Prove to me that they didn't.
This man started
So anyways.
flattering, but
We're back.
we're back.
It's been a bit, so probably need to do a bit of a recap.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to do it doesn't get to level up,
Damn.
but
Oh,
I will appreciate it, and I will also end up correcting you and probably do my own anyways.
Yeah, please do, because
that's fair.
I'm the person this recap is for.
So
I
the
don't-
last time, this is what I remember. There's probably a lot of holes in it.
Yeah.
We finished the vault. We saved the twins' mother. We saved two others who have gone slightly insane for being cooped up in that cursed mirror. And of course, we've also saved what appears to be a pit fiend.
The devil.
Yeah,
Satan himself.
Mr. Satan.
Mr. Satan himself. Not Hercule, but the
Not
different
Hercule
one.
Satan, the actual Satan.
Is there like a Dragon
Actual-
Ball thing?
Yeah. And Mr. Satan
I
is
didn't watch Dragon
Yeah.
Ball, I'm sorry.
the
Oh, yeah,
second
we-
strongest human in Earth.
There was There was a little bit of party conflict about the demon, right? What was that?
Yeah.
There is.
It wasn't revealed until afterwards that he had a very carefully thought out plan that we simply were not in on, and that actually made a lot of sense.
Yeah. I
And I
can
can't
go
remember if that got
details of
resolved before or after stream ended. But I
No,
think we ended on stream, didn't we?
I
don't
fell
think so.
asleep like an hour before this game ended. So I
Yeah.
Fair.
It's true. Biscuit
So,
was
like-
the sleepy idiot this time.
True. It wasn't.
How long have we been playing together? I can do it once. No, just
No,
you,
That's
you
my
can't go. Yeah, you can't go muscling
can't
in on his territory.
That's all I have.
You gotta get your own thing. But yeah, the demon whose name I forgot because it's been a while. What's his name? Is it there somewhere?
I think it was like kills baby McEvil or something.
Yeah, something. He's really evil.
It was
Uh,
not, his name was Volmeg.
yeah, Volmeg.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Volmeg was pretty chill about this, surprisingly, probably because he's a demon from hell or
Yeah.
a devil from hell, and is used to, torture and horrible things happening around him. Except this time, it's just a bunch of quiet hymn time, hymn space. He scooped up a bunch of gold and was like, "Okay, I'm good. I'm gonna hang out in the kingdom." Naturally, we want to do something about this demon, but we're all beat to hell.
Yup.
And we start arguing about what to do about him, kind of in front of him,
Oh yeah.
which is rough. And he's just like, "Yeah, chill. This is fine. I'm not threatened. I'm not gonna react because, well, you all look kind of beat to shit, and I feel like I can destroy you." This is what we're inferring because he didn't really say anything. He's just like, I feel like if you talked about killing someone in front of them, they wouldn't say anything, or they would simply leave.
Importantly, you guys were beat to shit
We-
because you guys killed Dumb and D.
Yeah,
True,
Dumb
yes.
and D. It was a hard-won battle.
I don't
Talon
know.
was
I thought
there.
it was over pretty easy.
Over easy.
It's an egg joke.
You get it?
Yeah.
Explain it to
You
me. Actually.
can't make fun of people for their appearances. They didn't choose to be egg shaped.
What if they did though? Then
They
can we make
didn't.
fun of them?
To make fun of their choices to make
If
themselves
somebody
egg-shaped.
choose to look like an egg, I
Right.
think you kind of asking for it at that point.
If
Guys,
somebody
just
true polymorphs, you're allowed to make fun of them.
look. We don't have to make fun of everything we see. Just try to look at the sunny side sometimes.
Please. Oh my god, hang on. Sorry. Yeah, that one took me a
Uh-huh.
second.
What?
Let me conjure up a suitable groan.
I missed
Biscuit!
I missed the
Look at the
punchline.
sunny side.
Oh, Biscuit.
Egg
Fired.
joke.
Leave.
Pig.
Thank you. It's been fun.
It's been nice playing with you. I can't believe you made it this long.
Didn't even die in person. Shivery.
Nobody's
We
more
fought.
shocked than me.
We fought D and Dumb. We beat them eventually. We were beat to shit as a result. And fighting a pit fiend did not seem to be in the right cards. Though Kohaku wanted to, because it's a demon. It's kind of he's like honor bound to do it. It's his birthright. It's also the right thing to do, objectively.
Yup.
And he's not wrong. This is a demon who's a mercenary, and if he just leaves, he's gonna do bad things in the world. But either Kohaku faces him alone, which he's very willing to do,
Yeah.
and die, or we all join him, possibly win, or also die, and we all die. Stain, seeing this as a problem, instead takes the solution into his own hands and hires him as a mercenary to protect Talon in hopes of buying time. About, like, he gives him 30 days, but his plan was, we kill him as soon as we're arrested, I get my money back, everything's easy peasy. But that's not what happened.
No, because I was so delighted by that decision.
But that's not what happened. The thought process there was Talon is strong enough to handle this pit fiend. We've seen her. She regenerates, she teleports, and I paid the demon to follow her. And just to make sure that this was going to be right, he kind of asked the demon to sleep with him. To make an informal contract. Kind of as a judge of character.
Wait, hang on. Roll this back. You mean sex?
Yeah.
Did I forget this? Did this really happen?
Yeah.
They banged. Yeah.
Oh my god! I know
He
it's been like
had-
a month and a half since we played, but I don't remember
Listen,
that at all.
He had a reason for doing that too. Because like you said, consent is a contract.
Okay.
And they made like a verbal contract, and when it was rescinded and the demon followed it, he's like, okay, you are a lawful creature. Fine. This is cool. You're going to do whatever Talon says for 30 days, and as soon as we're ready to kick his ass, we're gonna kick his ass. We just need to find Talon. That did not happen. that went so wrong. Oh, another thing that happened, Talon was like, hey, you want to be powerful. I understand that. And he's like, fuck yes, I want to be powerful. Please make me more powerful. I've been wallowing in my own weakness for months. More than months, my entire life. Give me power. I will happily take that power. You're cool with the other guy. This is gonna be fine. That was a mistake.
So yeah, Talon made a contract with Stain, similar to the contract that presumably Yokimaru and Rin had.
To be your familiar.
Oh boy.
And then Talon went and had a private conversation with Atropos. And that's kind of where we pick up with you guys waking up the next morning. And after a short bit of time, you guys find that Talon, Volmag, and Atropos are all missing.
I think something happens earlier than that. The timeline where Talon took Atropos. I was gonna say Vor. That's not what happened. That is what happened.
Absolutely void Atropos.
She took his essence into her own and made his powers hers. This happened during the conversation with Alistair while they were in the hallway. Right? Or later on.
Ambiguous.
It happened ambiguously in the night.
Yeah.
Because as soon as it happens, wherever Stain happened to be at the time collapses onto the ground. And the glass covering his chest shatters. And he starts bleeding out. He doesn't understand what's going on. He doesn't understand why suddenly he feels so very empty. The knight's helm he wears atop his head falls off and clanks on the ground. And the part he's been hiding this entire time, very similar to the glass covering his chest, there is like a starburst shaped pattern on his forehead where he had been bashed in, had also been filled in with glass. And he's bleeding from that too. And in his lack of connection, he feels like he's truly alone. And as the light starts to fade from his eyes, he puts his hands together in prayer. Because that's all he can think to do. And he prays, "World, know the tale of Atropos. Noble spirit, Death of dreams. He who saves the wretched. He who gives purpose to the lost. He who loves without needing. And as I wallow in the valley of dying dreams, I shall fear no nightmare, neither death, nor loss, nor suffering. For it is the nature of all dreams to end, as it is the nature for nightmares to die. And the dreams are born of the waking world, of mortal fear and desire, hope and pain. I pray that all my dreams end with Atropos, that his face is the one that greets me when the nightmares of the waking world go to die. O noble spirit, O death of dreams, I beg you not to forsake me. Take my hand and live in my heart. Let me be your vessel. Let me be your friend. I don't want to be alone. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. And he blacks out,
And no one came.
and no one came. In the morning, he wakes up, and
Before that,
I guess, yeah, good. I've died. I guess.
In that dark kind of emptiness, as Stain is kind of floating between life and death, there is it's not a heartbeat. It's still almost unnervingly so. But there is a presence, a connection. It's distant. It feels closed off. But not unfamiliar. And there is a comfort. You do feel a surge of not of panic and worry that is not your own.
Can I reach out to it?
Yeah. Give me effectively like a monk spellcasting check, so it's just going to be with your wisdom.
Okay,
with
like
your
a wisdom.
plus proficiency.
Yeah, let me just wisdom check proficiency. Oh, it doesn't let me. Oh, let me just add. We're +4 right now.
I believe so.
Okay, so it's just this +4 and 11.
It's a little bit too distant for you to make a proper connection. Which is weird. It's because it doesn't feel... It feels close but distant, almost like it's right within arm's reach, but there's like a foot of glass between you and it.
I think I try to break through this glass between us in
I think-
whatever form this this liminal space takes in the mind or a soul.
I think on the 11, you can't
Yeah.
quite reach through it. As much as you try to break and push past it, it's just a little bit too strong for you to make that connection. But you know that it's there.
I think the knowledge that there is still a bit of him left to find is what pulls Stain through. And it allows him to stay. That and that he's currently Talen's familiar.
Yeah, I will say that the connection feels less like Atropos and more like Talon.
Yeah. I think he's reaching for her as if to say, why would you do this to me? You know?
Mhm.
Why would you do this to Atropos?
Does, real quick as a side note, as just like a spectator here, was he present for this?
No,
Okay.
nobody knows yet.
Okay.
No, he doesn't know what's happening. It's just, yeah, just everything Atropos has done for him just goes away for a moment. And he feels severed for once. Because Atropos has been with him ever since he left the church. And now he's not. And I don't know where Stain is currently. I think he might be sitting on the roof of the castle or something. He's been wandering around, trying to get his mind sorted. Because there's a lot on his mind. I think he wakes up wherever that place is.
I think before Stain even wakes up, the rest of you guys that morning begin to wake up, get breakfast going, and get ready. Sheesh, what are you making for breakfast, if anything? Or do you let the castle cooks work?
I'll let them do it.
What? She feeling alright?
I need days off too, don't I?
I guess that makes sense.
With staying a place where they have their own cooks. I don't have to be the cook anymore for once. It's kind of nice.
That is true. Hey, have you seen
And then-
Talon?
And I have not.
Weird. She said
And
she was
then
going to stay
she
for a while.
spends the whole time like hovering around the kitchen, like looking over people's shoulders, making sure they're good. He's the guy that shows up to like the family Thanksgiving. He's like, I'm not gonna cook. It's my day off. Then he's in the kitchen like directing everything all day. Anyway, I say this because that's me.
He's gone all head chef.
You guys, but yeah, as you guys kind of gather around for breakfast and begin getting ready, you start to notice that, like, hey, Dalen hasn't shown up and Stain hasn't shown up for breakfast, and like 30 minutes go by, and initially it's just like, oh, they're probably sleeping in, but it starts to get worrying.
And I'd imagine
After you guys finish up breakfast, it's like, oh, they still aren't here.
she probably thinks it's odd that Stain doesn't show up. It's like, oh, usually he's on his second plate by now.
Well, I mean, I know Talon just showed up. I know they have a lot of catching up to do. I don't have a way to, like, send a message to him magically. I don't know if...
Suppose we could send a bird.
What am I, made of birds? No, it's... We'll give him a little longer.
I said, imagine they would have let us know if they were leaving the castle at least, right?
Right. I assume they're just having a heartfelt talk somewhere. It's been a long time, and they mean a lot to each other, you know. Oh,
Out of character.
I do have a
I
thing.
don't know if out of character, if anyone remember. Stain avoids Talon usually.
That is true.
You're thinking of Stein.
That's true, but you could be either one right now.
Could be.
That's also true.
And also, Stain has a lot to process, and the conversation with Talon has to happen in Jupe's mind. He doesn't know any of this shit's going on. What he does know is that he prepared locate object today. Do I have mana, actually? Hang on. Oh, God. Nope. No, he's gonna wait. He's gonna wait it out for a while.
Part of the plan was we rest until we find the
I'm
demons,
so
but that
tapped.
didn't happen.
I'm not burning mana to find out where Stain went yet. We'll give him a couple
You're like-
hours.
He'll come back.
I do not care where that stain went.
I do. I love this so much. I love Gritty. I love not being able to just burn a spell for willy-nilly. It's not sarcasm. I really do.
resource management is your finish.
I do. I love it when I can't just solve all the problems instantly.
Same. After a little bit, what happens to you?
I think Stain pushes himself off the ground, and he finds himself. What's in the castle? Let's roll for where he'd end up in the castle. There's like a garden somewhere. There's a rooftop. He might be like hanging out in the pantry looking for something to snack on.
I think the roof. Oh.
Damn, June, 1 in 20.
Shit.
Still can only use it myself, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, still
I
1 in
mean,
20.
you have
I
a
got
nat 20 for
yeah.
today.
Dramatic.
I think, Stain, you end up on the roof. Stain usually
makes
likes to perch like
He likes to be-
like gargoyle.
Yeah, he likes to be tall.
He likes
And
to be tall. Yeah.
He likes to perch and act like a gargoyle.
So
Why is the kobold on the roof?
likes to feel tall.
He likes to feel tall. He pushes himself up off the tiles and kind of wipes his face. There's dried blood all over. He checks himself over. He sees that his normally kind of black and gray scales, they're normally very shiny, like glass. And the occasional patterns of gold on them, reflecting the patterns of a death's head moth, have turned this kind of rust red, going somewhat crimson, similar to Talen's armor, except toward the extremities of his body, the tip of his tail, his fingertips and toe tips. They are still black. They like fade to red toward the center. Like his connection to Talen has kind of changed his scale color to match her armor. But he has forced himself in a way to stay connected with whatever is there of Atropos. Even in like memory rather than actual spirit. And he still has the death's head moth kind of skull on his back. He reaches for his helmet and sees like, yeah, it's also red now. And just puts it on to cover his big ol' deformity on his forehead, his gash, and the big axe wound, because it was an axe that almost cleaved him open, right?
No, it was a bite.
Big sword. It was a bite, yeah, that
Yeah,
split
it was
open
the
his
big,
shoulder.
like dragon-headed dude just bit into your like shoulder clavicle.
Yeah, instead of like the
Crunched it.
glass-like material, it's now this somewhat golden skin, similar to how you repair pots with gold.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
kintsugi.
And he takes some time to just think and collect himself because he knows Atropos isn't here anymore. And he knows that Talen isn't here anymore because he doesn't feel her. He has this connection now. He's far away, and there's nothing he can do about it. So he just sits on the roof, hugs his knees, and a part of him just hates her. His defense mechanism is to get angry and petty and terrible. And he just makes it well up and boil. And he feels the heat in his chest. He wants to kill her. He adds her to his list of the people he wants so desperately to kill. And he just repeats, I'm gonna kill her. I'm gonna kill her. But the hatred isn't enough. And his heart breaks. And he finds that instead of standing up and finding the highest place, he's already on the roof. This is as high as he can go, and he still feels so very small. So he curls up and puts his hands over his head, like someone trying to protect themselves from birds or people attacking him, and shuts his eyes very tightly. And he waits for the world to just go away for a bit. 'Cause he's tired. He's tired of fucking up and tired of being betrayed and abandoned. And he's not sure what to do. So he just curls up on the roof and waits.
It was Stein that was out when during the Ishida fight, correct?
It was Stain.
Was Stein?
It was Stain, yeah. He was the one snagging stuff when Kohaku's uncle went down, and then when Ishida died, he was the one who called Rin.
That's right. Perfect. Give me an insight check.
Inside. That's a funny thing to ask you for. I'm not proficient in it. There you go, 20.
20 is very good. I think that in this moment where you feel very alone and isolated, you again feel that that distant just connection with Talon. And maybe it's frustrating and upsetting, or maybe it's comforting. It's for you to kind of decide.
Bit of all of the above.
It's fair. But it kind of rekindles that memory of calling Rin right after Yokimaru had been killed. And that deep, unbridled rage that she was experiencing. And you kind of think about how she has kind of responded, especially as one of the more conscious and kind of reasonable witches that you've encountered.
Yeah, watching her go all destructive and stop caring about everything after Yokimaru died
Yeah,
probably speaks to him.
and I think that that makes you kind of come to a realization that, at least for Rin, you think that her connection with Yokimaru, and quite possibly also her connection with Nanaka, are the things that are helping keep her stable. And to a degree, you think that maybe this is Talon's way of also doing the same. So I think in this moment, although you might feel betrayed and alone, there is also this part of you that understands that it wasn't. You don't think that Talon's being malicious.
I think he understands that she's not being malicious. He wasn't kind of privy to her plan of collecting the spirits. That was Stein. But he understands that, oh, this person really cares about other me. I've seen her. She's very good normally. I don't know what she's going through. I know she lost her father. I know maybe she has a plan. It doesn't change the fact that I've lost my best friend because of it. And I've lost someone very important to me. And I think he feels the need to surround himself with someone, but he's also afraid of switching if he gets any form of comfort and he just has to wallow in it. Because despite how bad he feels right now, he wants to exist. That's his one virtue, if you could call it that, is no matter what, Stain wants to survive in a world that wants to make him feel small and crush him and take away things he likes and force him to be someone he's not. He wants to survive and live and be happy. And he's not sure if that's possible right now, but he has a will to live that's stronger than most. I think eventually he will go look for dinner or breakfast rather.
Yeah, eventually you feel that grumbling and you kind of ignore it for a while, but eventually the call gets strong enough that you
I
drag
did eat
yourself
last
down.
night. Eventually he appears kind of sullen. He's dragging his feet into the what would be the kitchen, and he's somewhat avoiding people but also looking for companionship.
So many questions immediately before I say anything. Do you look different?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Uh,
extremely different.
okay. Um. Hey. Oh. Oh. You're. Oh. What? Are you okay? What's with
No,
the? Where's Talon? We were looking for you
gone.
guys. She's gone. She said you would stay. Where'd you go?
You lied.
What? What happened?
It takes a lot. Actually, let me just set a DC 20. Don't fucking cry check. Yeah, no, he loses.
Try not to cry. Cry real hard.
He just tries not to cry. Cries really hard. This is probably the first time we've seen Stain just lose his shit and like curl up again and try to be protective of himself. He covers the top of his head instinctively, curls up in the ball, and he just starts crying.
Okay, and to be clear, this is Stain, not Stein.
Stain.
Uh. Fuck. Uh. God. Jupiter stands up and he walks over and he kind of looks to everybody else to see if anybody else wants to jump in before he does anything.
Explicit or like what's the word? I conspicuously do not look.
Understood.
She gets up to come over to help, but he's terrible at talking to people and confronting emotions, so he's really just like bringing over like a plate of food to offer it to Stain.
He was like hoping no one talks about it in his heart. He's like, maybe no one will mention anything or ask me any hard hitting questions. I just want something to eat. And then it opens the wound again, basically.
Okay. Jupiter comes over and he sits down next to him. So if I'm too nice to you, you're going to go away, and I don't want that. So, get your shit together. What happened?
Go the fuck away. You don't want me here.
I could make you go away with one hug.
I know.
So tell me
You
what
showed
happened.
me. She took Tropy, okay?
She took Tropy? When? Where? What? Tell me what do you remember?
I don't. I was on the roof. I felt him gone. And then she left.
Okay. Um. Okay, maybe it's a misunderstood. You have a connection to him? Can you speak to him?
Not anymore.
Okay.
You know, I knew this was gonna happen. I knew this was gonna happen when he left my body.
Knew what was going to happen.
That he'd be taken away. That he'd leave like everyone else.
It couldn't have gone. I guess she can't, couldn't she? We can find him. We'll get him back. Surely he wouldn't just leave for no reason, right?
She took him.
How do you know? What did you see? What did you feel? How do you?
Look at me.
Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with you. And she is missing. I guess it's conspicuous. You're sure it was her? How do you know it's her?
Who else is it gonna be?
Oh, any of the dozens of people that want us dead? You're right, though. She's gone too, it seems.
I'm her
obvious.
familiar.
Do you have a connection to her?
Bitterly, he just nods.
She can talk to you. She can see through your eyes. Okay. That's gonna make this tricky.
Give me a give me an I guess an Arcana check potentially. Actually, you know what? You give me an Arcana check. 20 is good.
Nice.
He's not here currently, but I'm going to give Alistair a witches check with advantage. Hats are weird. They're all very different and unique. Alistair has heard of witches kind of like creating these like familiar pacts with people before. Typically, and again, all of them are a little different, so he can't really like guarantee this in any capacity. He doesn't think that typically it allows them to like fully spy on whoever they have a connection
Okay,
with.
okay. This is
It's not like an. It's not like
a
an
fun
animal familiar.
Right, I gotcha.
Right. And I think that one of the things that kind of like potentially kind of solidifies this for you is that you think that if Rin had been able to like see through Yokimaru's eyes, she would have just been able to pop in, grab him, and teleport out.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense.
But because she couldn't, but at the same time, she became aware that Yokimaru had died, even though he wasn't there.
Connection.
So Alistair would essentially explain that like hats are very like emotional things, right? They heighten people's emotions, particularly negative ones, and so you suspect that the connection that Stain and Talon have currently is a lot more emotional. It's kind of empathetic. She can probably tell certain things about
Yeah, she can feel me.
Stain. She could probably tell your
Can she feel
emotional
this?
illness.
I hope she feels this. I hope she
Almost
feels a
certainly.
fraction of this.
I think that she probably does. You can probably feel her a little bit.
He nods.
So they can probably tell Stain's physical condition, but I don't think that she's going to have a ton of information as far as like what he's specifically saying or anything. And I think some of his, it's probably going to be a little distant. Just
Okay.
going to get fleeting information, just enough to know that he's, alive and well,
Right.
that sort of thing.
Right. Well, that's
And
still
I think if he's in huge amounts of distress, she would probably be able to tell.
that makes sense. That explains a lot. Explains how he knows. Explains how he still has a connection. Explains the broken glass. Well, shit.
Just sadly eats an onigiri.
Jupe, you've hated Atropos for a very long time, and been very. You've brought up several times, like
Oh yeah.
throughout the campaign, that
Yeah.
Jupe is very like
Oh,
wary
for
of
sure.
Atropos
Yeah.
and all that. With what's currently transpired and a couple of things that have kind of occurred throughout the campaign, I think you have enough kind of information, especially after kind of experiencing Tirnanog through your own kind of dreamscape,
Right.
to piece a couple of things together potentially. So give me either a Arcana or an Insight check, your choice.
I am incredible. Those are my two expertises, but insight is better. Oh, Bill.
Yeah. There you go. Perfect. I think there are a couple of things that stand out to you. One is that although you've been very wary of Atropos as a being, I think in this moment you kind of piece a couple of things together about them, and you are aware that, for better or worse, you don't think. How do I put this? You're fairly certain that Atropos would never willingly betray Steinenstein.
Right. And it's
Um,
very sensible to think that if he left, it was by coercion, and it's also extremely reasonable
Yeah.
after what we learned about Talon that she would be the one who did it.
yeah, you guys are aware that she was looking for spirits. That was part of her plan. But beyond that, I think the thing that kind of stands out to you in particular is that you've kind of learned that for spirits, particularly spirits from the slumbering realms, who are kind of manifestations of different thoughts and ideas, they very much exist on this principle of like the opposite version of sticks and stones. Sticks and stones will never hurt them, but words will.
That makes sense.
So for a spirit like Atropos, who is from like the higher planes of Tirnanog, and is kind of a manifestation of a collection of thoughts, the only thing that would really, like, if somebody was like, I am never hopeless, it would like probably tickle him, like,
Sure.
because there's so many other people experiencing these like negative emotions.
Yeah, he would need the
But
entire world to stop giving him those emotions.
Right, for him to really like be like, oh, I don't actually have, I don't have a purpose, essentially,
Right.
or like I don't exist anymore. The exception to this, though, is that because they are individuals, they do develop their own like consciousness. They are not bound to the thing that kind of created them, really. So in those cases, they still have a connection to that. They don't have to embrace it. Like, they don't have to go trying to sow seeds of despair, or joy, or whatever their individual manifestation is. But you become aware that if they go against it, that is kind of equivalent of denying their own existence.
Right, for sure.
Which for most of these spirits would kill them.
They would cease to be that spirit, and some other spirit would take its place.
Yeah. There have been 2 instances now where Atropos has saved Stain and Sign's life, which is effectively denying his
Antithesis.
own. Sort of.
It's anathema.
You kind of come to the realization that physical death is technically different than the death of dreams. So there might be enough of a disconnect there. That's why he didn't just fully discorporate. It has just severely weakened him each time.
For sure.
This is kind of like your best guess with current information. There might be more to it or other factors. But at least currently, that's kind of where you're at. So you're aware that twice now, Atropos has fully been willing and is certainly aware that that could have killed him. And yet he was willing to save Stein and Stain. So I think in that moment, or in this moment, you're kind of realizing that for better or worse, he would never willingly betray Stein or Stain.
Absolutely.
Like, he was absolutely fully dedicated to them.
Right.
That's not necessarily a good thing. It could be fully obsessive, and that has its own connotations, but
in the background, in my head, Vector is yelling that loyalty is a terrible weakness and also kind of awful.
But I think the other thing that you kind of start to piece together about spirits, and the one potential silver lining, or 2 potential silver linings. One is that you know that because Atropos was so weak, you guys need to find him a more magically capable vessel for him to start recharging. You aren't entirely sure how much stronger he's gotten using that, if at all. But presumably, if he's with Talon, and if he binds with Talon at all, that hat could be plenty to recharge him, or is very likely equivalent or better than the
orb.
The orb.
Okay.
So it may be that he starts regaining some of his power much more quickly this way. For better or worse. And the other thing that you kind of think about is that although these spirits aren't bound to enact the thing that they were kind of created from, you do think about Tankard and Sloth and how fucking lazy Tankard was.
Embody it, yeah.
So, sometimes, or some of them do fully embrace and embody that. And it is very possible that if Atropos, assuming that he has any agency currently, if he's with Talon, he might be able to impose that feeling of kind of hopelessness and potentially kind of be slowing her down.
Okay.
Again, it's like a theory.
For sure.
You have no evidence of it particularly, but...
So for 10 or 15 seconds, Jupiter sits there with this awkward dilemma of wanting desperately to give some sort of comfort and apology to Stain, and then realizes that if he says anything nice, he's just going to poof. And that's a huge dilemma that he doesn't know how to solve. And then he gets sidetracked by all of this arcane thought. And so he just sits there for 4 minutes connecting dots in his head about all the shit that's going on, and slowly catching up over the next 5 minutes to how Stain came to the same conclusion that it had to have been Talon and it had to have been against as well. And then he gets on the tangent about all the things that are true of these spirits. And what you guys see is that Jupiter just sits there not saying anything for 6 minutes, eating breakfast right next to Stain. Not wanting to be too nice to him, but clearly trying to at least be next to him.
Is your amu rice runny enough?
Yeah.
I was worried. They left it on there so long. The heat was so high. They're really running a shit show back there.
The better if you made it.
Eh,
You need a break.
I think we all do.
Omu rice is desperately overrated.
How dare you?
It's true.
Sorry, is your bread and cold rice up to snuff? I don't know what vegetarians eat for breakfast. I'm sorry.
Asparagus and plain carrots.
Throwing some mad shade.
Wow.
It's like sushi with carrots in it instead. And
Yeah.
cucumbers. I don't know if they have avocados in Tyriku. Probably don't.
Probably
Or maybe, yeah, maybe they have it imported.
They would probably import if they didn't.
Well, Stain has taken a rather demonic turn lately, don't you think?
He just kind of wipes his nose. He doesn't say anything.
I assumed that was a stage whisper to Nara.
Or whoever is nearby. I'm not particularly concerned about not being heard. Started with consorting with a demon. Oh, excuse me, sorry, a spirit of nightmares, which so it's not possibly not a demon, maybe.
I think they did a lot more than consort.
Then making deals with pit fiends, and now comes back looking quite a bit like a pit fiend.
Tropy's not a demon.
You know, he can't. It's very unlikely that he has gone for good. You know that, right?
Why am I? That's why I'm still here.
He would have to. There are just not many scenarios where he can be destroyed in a way that is permanent and matters. Just like it is also not likely that he would betray you or leave you willingly. I know you already know this, I'm just kind of realizing it myself. It had to be her, you're right. And I know that that probably doesn't feel a whole lot better. Except that it's not really her either. We know that. We have to
Why'd
get
you
that.
do it, Jupe?
For a second, he stops and he tries to play it like, what are you talking about? But he knows exactly what you're talking about. You want the honest truth?
Are you gonna lie to me?
No. I was delirious. I hadn't slept in 2.5 days. I thought I was going to die in 8 hours. And I simply forgot that you were just as responsible for those dream temples as the other guy. In my head, I had that conversation with him so many times that I just kind of thought he was the protector guy and you were not. And so I needed to talk to him.
No. When we were sitting in that tree, I told you. I opened up and I told you switching might be the last thing I ever do, because I don't know how long it takes. Every time it happens, I feel like I might be dead. I told you that. And you did it anyway. It don't matter that you thought the guy had answers for you. You tried to kill me. Because it would save you. I don't know why this messes me up more than anything. Maybe it's because I thought you were good. Maybe I still think you're good. But whatever, right? It's just me.
No. No, it's not just you, it's both of you. I
Not
mean,
like I wanted to prove myself.
yeah.
You know, I would have switched if you asked. But I didn't get a say. I didn't get to choose to do the good thing. Took that away from me. Maybe that's how it's meant to be. I ain't a good guy. You heard from Cock. I consort with demons. I consort with necromancers. I lie, I cheat, I steal. I'm just the worst.
I fucked up. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I didn't. I made deals with a witch. I lie, I cheat, I've stolen. I've consorted with necromancers. Haven't had sex with a demon yet. How was that, by the way?
Hurt like hell.
Glad. Happy to hear that for
Consensually.
you. Yeah, I'm sure that's a good thing for you. Good and bad are words that we made up to describe the things that happen to us. I don't think you're a bad person. And in fact, given what you have to deal with, the fact that you are, by the very nature of your existence, only exposed to people who are neutral or mean to you, the fact that you are not more evil than you are is astounding to me. And I think I had an opportunity to finally reward you for all of that, and I blew it. And I can sit here and come up with all the excuses that I want. And for the record, I stand by them. I know that I can't show you what it feels like to be on 2.5 nights of sleep deprivation, but it does kind of fucking blow. But it doesn't change the fact that you took me up into that tree and spilled your guts, and I forgot it as soon as my life was in danger. And I don't know how close I can get to telling you that I'm sorry before you go away again, but I am not doing that because I don't want you to go away this time. So, I won't say anything.
Oh, fuck you, man.
Fuck you too. You're an
Couldn't
asshole.
couldn't just let me hate you.
I mean, I can if that helps.
He looks at you as to say, what else could you possibly fucking do to me already?
I could spill my guts and console you and tell how sorry I am and how good you are and how noble and brave. But A, I wouldn't mean half of it, and B, if I did, you'd disappear, and I'm not going to kill you again. Also, we need you around here to go get your friend back. He'll be happy to see you.
I'll be happy to see him too. He's been with me for as long as I can remember. I don't know what to do. I feel empty.
When I lost the only person in my life that mattered to me, I withdrew and I spent a lot of time alone, and I'll save you about 10 years of heartache and let you know that that doesn't work. So, skip that option if you're weighing it. Keep people around you. I'm not telling you to move on or forget it or any of that bullshit. All I'm saying is don't do it alone. Whatever it is that you end up doing.
It's not like I try to be alone. Just sometimes I have to.
Yeah.
People get too attached and then I go away. It's been happening non-stop ever since I left the church. It's not like I have a choice. But I had Trophy. Trophy made it better. I gotta get him back.
Well, we should probably get started then, huh? And he fishers around in his bag for a second. And then eventually pulls out a very expensive and very exquisite piece of vellum with little dotted lines showing how to fold it into a bird. And he slides it across the floor to you. These don't grow on trees, you know.
You know I have my own, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's better if I
The
do it
fuck you
symbolically
think?
because it's like scarce for me and I pay a lot of attention to how many we have all the time.
Yeah. So fucking manipulative.
Yeah. Yeah, you're getting it. There's no kindness in this. That's important.
I don't want to know where this goes or if it can go anywhere. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
All right.
You know why
What's that?
I paid him to go with Talon?
No, actually, I was kind of confused by the whole thing.
Because he was gonna kill us.
True. Yeah, we were gonna get fucked.
Or Kohaku was gonna kill himself fighting it.
Yeah, that would have sucked too.
I don't want Mr. Prince Boy to kill himself fighting some fucking demon. I can't stand his guts, but I don't want him to die.
I love the idea that he's standing like 5
Yeah.
feet away.
Yeah. Well, Kohaku was also stage whispering nearby, so he's like literally yelling.
Slowly having a petty conversation with each other 5 feet
Yeah.
away. We'll never actually
Yeah,
directly
well,
talking to each other.
Fuck me for actually making something with my life instead of just talking about it, right? We were just gonna stand around in the circle jerking off.
We're all sitting at the same table.
Yeah.
Having conversations with each other, and she's just in the middle like, "Oh, Petty saw what's wrong. You've hardly touched your omelet."
I'd rather die in this life honorably, doing something noble, and
And I
accelerate my
bought you
passage
time.
to heaven, right? Rather than sacrifice everything that I know and love, act totally dishonorably, and end up reincarnating as a cockroach after a long and happy life.
You dying too early is gonna cause problems for your parents. People are gonna suffer if you die. Don't you know that?
Heaven's way is heaven's way.
Heaven can suck my dick.
Jupiter grabs the paper, rolls it up, and says, "I gotta take a piss. You two have fun," and walks off.
I'm not talking to him.
I bought us time, alright? 30 days was supposed to be enough for us to rest up, find her, and kick that demon's ass. Clearly, fate had a different answer for that. I guess it was heaven's will, Kohaku, that this devil got away.
Demons don't follow destiny.
Oh, then they're the freest thing in this world, aren't they?
You could say that.
Angrily sips miso soup.
Angrily eats breadcrumbs, I guess.
Whatever it is vegetarians eat for breakfast.
Bread salad.
Bread salad.
Yeah, it's just a bowl of Timothy Hay.
Some bok choy.
Alfalfa and Timothy Hay with croutons on top.
Yeah.
And sunflower seeds.
What is Timothy Hay?
Yeah, it's like a
Rabbit food.
it's like a mixed rabbit salad. There's most of it's really cheap, and there's like 3 clovers on top to make you think it's nice.
Got a
Ah,
couple of
clovers.
little shaved carrots, some of those
The
yogurt
fancy
chips
stuff.
that Rabbit really, really like.
Yeah, and Kohaku's got his chopsticks. He's like spacing out the clovers to make them like to even throughout the meal.
Stain's just
What he
eating
wants.
with his straight up fingers and his claws. He's still like got blood all over him. I think he needs to go. Eventually, he just grabs a few onigiri, one in his mouth, and like flaps his way over to the bathhouse.
Well, this is all happening. Nara, what have you been up to?
Just sipping his water, looking back and forth like Jesse from Breaking Bad.
Yeah, just-
It's drinking tea. Like, oh God, they're fighting again.
oh, they're fighting. Nobody noticed me. Nobody pulled me into this conversation.
But once Stain leaves, I was gonna excuse himself from breakfast and follow him.
Now, Nora, don't you think my bit? Oh, never mind. Go ahead.
Just ignore Sheesh.
He finishes up. He hurries up and finishes his meal.
You
I just wanted your opinion. I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to like, call anybody out. I don't want to nitpick. I mean, these people are very busy. They do this for. They cook breakfast for a lot of people every day. But my buttermilk biscuits are better, right?
see, you see Stain like slowly, quickly rounding a corner. And
Forced to be mean to Sheesh.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Yeah, so much better.
Oh, thank you.
I'll be right back.
No. See, I get it. They put too much buttermilk in there. It runs right through you.
Is that what that sour note was?
Yes, bro. Definitely not the mood at the table. Yeah.
Fucking love Sheesh.
God bless him.
Absolute gremlin. Eventually, you're able to separate yourself from Shishnara after a couple moments, and eventually kind of catch up to Stain as you hear the door to kind of like the bathroom shut.
He tries to keep up pace with Stain. So, why are you heading back to the sauna?
Sauna. I'm taking a
Yeah.
bath. Don't you see I'm covered in blood?
Yeah, didn't you just didn't you just come from there? It kind of looks like you took a dip and for too long.
He looks at himself. Yeah, thanks for making fun of my new skin condition, buddy.
I was just trying to be lighthearted.
Wanted to be lighthearted, you'd call him a roasted crab.
The lobster. As they're walking, he just kind of just puts his hand on around his shoulder, and
Ah, what the fuck? Oh,
yeah, and then claps it, and then removes it. Yeah. Just
So not
know.
used to be touched. Like,
I-
you're just
I could use a bath too. Start the day, right?
you want to stew in my bathwater?
No.
Okay, then why are you following me to the same bathroom? Come on.
No. I just want to let you know if there's anything you need, or if you need to talk to anyone, I'm here for your staying. When I can, just as a
He stares up at you blankly. He goes, "Are you coming under me?"
no.
Squints.
You coming on me?
You want me to?
No.
Fucking
Insight check.
insight check.
And
real.
you.
I don't
Have a
know.
good bath, finger guns, and yeah,
Well, you
I
need a
think,
bath too. There are 2 baths. It's a big
I-
place.
yeah, I could wait if you don't, feel like having company right now.
Oh, am I shy? Afraid you'll see my bits?
No.
We're the bathhouse boys. You gonna bathhouse or not?
I'll let you take a shower and I'll take one after, and then yeah.
You're a fucking coward, and he walks away.
Hey. I I you look good before, but I like your new look.
Unless you want some, shut up.
As Stan's walking away, like Nard turns and walks away and starts like knocking the side of his head. Dang it.
He cleans the blood of himself with a brush and stuff.
Excellent. Yeah, you guys saying you're able to get kind of cleaned up. After you kind of like watch yourself, you can see more of that like kintsugi gold etching kind of throughout your body.
Just touches it to see if it feels like skin or actual gold. He's like, it's kind of soft.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost it almost feels like the texture of like fingernails.
Mm.
Like you could
keratin?
tell it's like it's natural, like it feels somewhat organic, but it's fairly solid. It's not quite almost like a little bit bony, but a little bit more pliable.
Hmm. I think while he's bathing, he tries to heat the water up some more by producing some fire. And he calls out the story of the Firebird. His arm turns this kind of orange for a moment, and then it fades back to black and nothing happens. And it's kind of in this moment he realizes he can no longer call on the stories to produce the elements. and he kind of puts himself under the water for a bit and screams, cools down, and is like, well, better now than like in the fight. What's everyone else doing while I am bathing and screaming?
Droop rolled up that piece of paper, said he had to go take a piss, ran outside, quickly scrawled down, hey, just checking to see if you're alive. We think that Talon took you. We're working under that operation. We'll do what we can. Addresses it to Atropos, folds it into a bird, and throws it in the air.
Does the bird go anywhere?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We'll leave this to fate because I don't actually know how to rule this.
Yeah, he
Uh,
dies.
So yeah, roll d20.
Is it a D20?
It is a luck check, isn't it? Like a
Yeah.
skill check. You could do a D100 if you prefer, or flip a coin.
Most of what so I don't know if this has come up yet. Can I do the Fate Weaver on a luck check?
I think I would normally allow it if it was a luck check related to you, but we're essentially just deciding if Atropos' current situation is something that
That
he
makes
can
a
be
lot of sense.
contacted from.
I'm not
Okay,
actually
yeah.
involved here. That makes
Don't
so
burn
much
this
sense.
on that.
In that case,
Yeah.
I'm doing a D100 because it's more fun.
That's
And I
fair.
could roll a 69. Damn it.
Got
Yeah, below.
real
Above and above.
close. But yeah, it does actually begin to take off. And it starts kind of flying west-ish.
That makes a lot of sense. There's not a lot of other places it could go unless it went through the fog. Cool. And we've already established that it doesn't fly in a perfectly straight line. We can't use it to triangulate it, like follows currents and shit, right?
You can like theoretically, if you were able to teleport around enough that you could get like a decent triangulation, you could definitely like start to kind of pinpoint things.
Right.
But you would need to be able to like move huge distances and like fire them off from pretty far away.
For sure. Or a very sensitive decoder.
Obviously, like the closer you are to it, the less you would have to move around.
Correct. Yeah.
But yeah, like theoretically you could, but they do, for the most part, kind of like go in the straightest line that they can. They try and use a direct flight, but they will take advantage of like wind currents and things and avoid obvious obstacles and stuff.
For sure. There's at least enough variance that you can't do with just like normal triangulation. You have to be able to do it from like thousands of feet apart or even more than
Right. It's
Understood.
not fully point to point, but it's close enough that you could at least, like, you're a sailor, you navigate by the stars, you could probably, if you had 2 points of information, triangulate to a fairly reasonable degree.
For sure. Either way, they're going to be on the move quickly. Talon literally has teleportation as her thing. The main point of this was just to see if it went anywhere or it didn't. I've gotten the information that I need. Now he goes back inside and stews on whether or not he has a moral obligation to tell or not tell that to Stain, and we'll deal with that later.
It's enough on that plate.
So, I know that, unfortunately, we don't have Alistair here currently. But to kind of like, not necessarily put pressure on, but to get discussion going, what's the next kind of course of action? Do you guys want to stay here for a little while and like finish resting up? You're extremely welcome. Tomo and Tama are very happy to continue to host you here for as long as you need. They are quite busy with their mother trying to like deal with political stuff,
Right.
so they don't have a ton of time to like socialize, unfortunately. But they they will make time for you if you need, or if you're interested.
So I know that as a meta contrivance, we've received all of the loot that we are going to receive from this place.
Yes.
In world, they spend 2 more days doing Stone Shape to get out the couple of pieces of loot that we have already gotten.
Right.
So
That's true.
at the very least, we're here for 2 more days. After that, I think the plan was to start. We were kind of torn between 2 things. It's either go back to Neverland and talk to the witch hunters and see if they needed anything from us, and if they didn't, if there's anything that we could do to get their like help or advice on how to deal with Cersei. Anything they knew, anything they could point us towards. That kind of feels like, boy, I don't know if we're ready for that yet, but I guess if they had sub jobs for us, that would work. The alternative of, because we were just in Neverland, or not Neverland, Alistair's homeland, Merveille, is like dealing with all the Merveille stuff and trying to go get Nana. No, what's her name?
Granny Dinah.
Dinah. That's the one. I can go either way. I feel like those are both about equally pertinent. I feel like I would probably throw my vote towards Dinah just because it feels like something that we might be better equipped to do right now, whereas Cersei feels like a long shot.
Yeah, let me. Here, I'll give you some to recap because it's literally been 6 weeks since we played, and
Oh yeah,
even longer since some of these things came up.
absolutely.
A couple of your kind of major threads that are kind of going on at the moment that have like some interconnection between all of you as far as your objectives go.
Yes.
One of them potentially is back quite a while ago. Double check. Here we go. Way back when you guys were in Kohan and you fought in the pit, and you found that little like cavern. There was a note that you guys found, along with some items and things.
Yeah, all the dragon.
And this directed you guys to the same place that Rin ended up needing to go, where you guys found that dragon's lair, which was the Tianlong,
Yes.
up in the Western Mountains, which is where you guys found his lair.
So there are at least 2 more dragons that we go try to find.
There are 2 dragons that you could potentially find, one of which is Perga, the voice that shakes the earth, which is in the Iron Sand Islands.
True.
Which is potentially pertinent to Nara if you want to continue to pursue some of that. The other thing that is in the Iron Sand Islands is that, based on that memory that Jupiter was able to find, or you guys were all able to find, you know that the tabaxi with the spider lily and snake tattoos was dressed in some iron sanded clothing.
Right.
So potentially, if you wanted to pursue investigating those 2 things,
Start looking for Basri.
the Iron Sand Islands is an option. The other thing is, if you guys wanted to head to Merveille to kind of potentially rescue Granny Dinah and stuff, a couple of potential threads there are Alistair's teacher was a descendant of the Mad Hatter, who was the one responsible for making the hats. So he might be able to provide some information if you guys are looking for anything on that. Additionally, you guys know that in Merveille, Merveille is one of the locations that the original, like the Dream Doctor, Dr. Stein, was originally, did a lot of research while he resided in Merveille, and had some residences there. You're not entirely sure if they're still around or if there's anything left, but you could potentially ask around for that. Mostly because you know that Talon kidnapped Victor,
Right.
who was also doing research. And she also stole a bunch of his research, so there could be potentially some connections there if you're wanting to look into that. And the other thing is that you also know that Merveille is also where Gabriella originally had her kind of first laboratory.
True. Okay.
And finally, there's the Village of Animals for Biscuit.
True. Of course. Of course.
Thank you.
You're
We were
welcome.
headed there.
I was gonna say that has something for almost everyone there. Nara's the only one
Yeah.
that doesn't really have a super strong lead in Merveille, and I
Yeah.
also Kohaku aside from the Village of Animals, but I think we can get him on board for the Village of Animals.
No, Drake had it right. You have it wrong. Crockett doesn't care about the Village of Animals. Biscuit does.
I
Right.
I understand. I see.
Right, I understand the shape of his soul.
Yeah.
So is that. And then the other thing is heading over to Neverland. You guys promised to rescue Nanika if you want to help Rin out, potentially get her assistance a little further with Talon. And also the witch hunters have, various resources for dealing with witches, and they might be able to help provide you some additional information on other things like Cersei and kind of their understanding of her, as well as some of the other stuff going on. The other thing that I will mention is that you know that you left Tankard in Neverland, and you also told Talon about him.
That's true.
That being said, even if you guys left immediately that morning, you know it would
Jolene is
take you
there.
guys right. She has teleportation. There is, so you don't totally know her goals. She had just gotten out of there, and she needed help from Marie and Marin. You don't know if she is in the condition to go teleporting back to Neverland and can get out on her own, or if she's going to need some time to rest and recover. Like, her state as far as magic goes was kind of ambiguous, but it'll take you guys at least 2 days to get back to your chalk door. So even in best case scenario, you think that she's probably faster, depending on her priorities.
Right. Okay. That does seem more urgent than all of our other options, but on the other hand, I don't think we can make it even if we are urgent. And also, rescuing Nanika comes with a whole bunch of... We don't really know who we want to help yet. It kind of feels like we're
True.
not sure what side we're on there.
True. Either, I don't think you guys have particular stakes one way or the other.
Okay. And refreshment. So, Clark, do you have anything actionable right now?
Boy, I'm pretty sure Kwaku would know if he did, but I wouldn't know if he did anymore.
I was going to say, it has been months and months.
The big things for Kohaku is that you would recall that when you guys left, after you defeated Ishida, there was a big kind of stir after, like, the night after, because apparently somebody had been masquerading like your father.
That's right.
And so you were told to go and look into who Ishida was having dealings with. And what you guys were able to find by kind of searching his room here was that he had some dealings with someone named Esme.
Right.
Who you had encountered briefly, you think.
Yeah, she was a witch.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is the
gave
one
you
who
the
gave
shard.
you the
Yeah.
shard.
Okay. But that isn't super actionable except for we need to find Esme and track her down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guys, 9 of our 10 goals right now are find person, track them down, which means we need to get a lot more paper birds. We need to have 40 paper birds.
Those things don't grow on trees, you know.
They don't grow on trees, guys. We have got to get more paper birds. It is the most useful magic item in
Is
this
that
entire
vellum?
campaign.
It grows in cows.
That is true. It has to be specially treated, though. So I say this only slightly tongue-in-cheek, I'm kind of tempted to do Merveille.
So wait, Gobi beef?
A little bit for selfish reasons, but also because I feel like it's the place where we're most likely to find a magic shop that has a fuck ton of paper birds. And I really
True.
do think we need a lot of paper birds to do a lot of our other goals.
As a other note, not to put words in your mouth, but even if you can't find paper birds, Merveille has the potential to have another magic item that would allow you to start kind of tracking people down.
Right. Like we have to get people location tools, which is going to be either paper birds or like me getting a lot of my mana back so I can do much more divination than I'm currently doing.
I also want to point out, and just a reminder, you guys have the Witch's Eye in Party Loot.
We do. We sure
How
do.
many
I believe
which
it's currently charged.
I believe it's charged, yeah.
Let me check.
And
Party Loot.
if it wasn't charged, it certainly charges over this downtime that you guys have.
Yeah.
How many paper birds have you got already?
I have one personal left. We have 6 in Party Loot, and I think that several other people are carrying a couple of personal ones.
Let me take
I'm
one.
not holding.
I got
You holding? You holding out on us?
No, bro, I'd let you know. I always share with my homie.
Why are you talking so weird?
What does that mean?
You're talking like you do have some.
What do you mean I'm talking perfectly normal? Like any man from Tucson, Arizona.
I've never heard you say the word homies in my life.
It's a... Shit, hang on. What's the...
The show.
It's a local expression.
What we do in the shadows?
No, I was trying to think of the fucking steamed hams bit.
Uh-huh.
All right, well, let me take one of the birds. I'll be back in 3 hours, and I'll let you know
Where are
if
you,
I'm going with you or not.
where are you going?
I want to put this straight. I hope to come back, but I'm not telling you where I'm going. I'm not telling you where I'm going. And I'm done. I'm
Stan
done
throws
in a
you a
couple of
bird.
different ways.
If you were to
Like,
shake Sheesh
gotcha.
down, but also he'll tell you that he does have... I have 11 paper birds on me currently.
11?
Jesus.
I'm not holding you,
He's
fucking.
not
not-
carrying, he says. This fucker's carrying 300 golden paper birds.
300... Okay, that does not seem right then, because I've got 11 quantity. I might have just bumped that up from 1, and I had more at some point, but I had paper birds, parentheses, paid 15 gold for all of them, so
I-
it definitely was not 11 if it's not worth that much.
I actually don't remember how much they cost. They might be cheaper than I think it's always been availability and not price that has
Yeah.
restricted us.
Yeah,
seems
it was mostly the availability. That
Because
was the
these
issue.
things don't
I think
grow on trees.
So I think I probably just bought all of them up as soon as I saw a decent quantity of them. So yeah, I'll share some if we need to share, if we need to find people.
share one with Quack.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. It's
One.
made. I don't know. It's made of vellum. Can you even touch this?
Give me one already.
Doesn't gotta
Yes.
eat it.
Jupiter laughs in character at every vegetarian joke.
It happens to be the case that I can touch it. In fact, if I wanted to eat it, I could. Listen, I'm tired of a couple of different things, and there's a couple of different things that I'm not going to take anymore.
Sheesh like leans forward with his elbow on the table and rests his chin on the top of his hand. Like, go on.
Hang on, give Jupiter some time. He's working something out.
He's got a lot going through.
Go ahead.
Go
please
through his
go.
mind right now.
I'm listening. Please go.
I'm not putting there are certain things that I put on the sidelines that I really should not have, that I swore to other people that I was made to swear to, never to put second fiddle, and I've done that many, many times for the sake of this party. I'm not seeing any results from it. I mean, obviously I am seeing results. There are things you guys have helped me do that I couldn't have done otherwise, and we've done very, very good work for the country. What we've done just now, taking down Ishida, is really is really miraculous. But no matter what good works we do, if we do them, or for example, I'm not putting my belief on you, and no matter what good works I do or am involved in doing, if I do them dishonorably, if I do them dirtily, if I sully my soul in order to do good in this world, I'm sacrificing heaven. I'm not doing it anymore. I am a man of faith. I believe in my afterlife. I believe in destiny, and if I follow the righteous path of heaven, if I follow the golden way, all things will be as they should be, even if it doesn't look like it. That's my belief. So I'm going to act like that going forward. I'm not sacrificing my beliefs or my spirituality anymore. It's gotten me banished from the holy city. It might have caused the collapse of my entire family. I mean, that might be the dominoes falling. It still could happen in the future, and I'm not going to risk it happening again. I'm just letting you know. I'll be back in a couple of hours.
Take your time, man. I have one paper bird left.
Would you like a couple birds for the road?
I don't know what to use them for.
I was talking to Kohak.
I just need one. I'll be back.
How many paper birds you got?
It's none of your fucking business.
Mother effer's got 10 of them.
Just give it
saw
two
it.
of them.
Tried to collect a baker's dozen.
I saw it when he was looking for a bay leaf. All the birds fell out of his bag.
My favorite part of everything that just happened is that my reaction was also exactly Jupiter's reaction, which is I thought this was meant to be a vegan bit, and actually it was Kawaku having a very serious moment. So Jupiter is like tail tucked, like ears folded, like, oh fuck, I fucked up.
Stain, look at you. Yeah, you're an asshole. I gave him the. Yeah, Stain did not laugh at this. He just gave him a paper bird. It was like, yeah, do what you need to do. I've had issues. I did what I believe was right. And like he's got to pay for it. You know, he understands what he did. Because Stain, like, the things he does to make people hate him, but ultimately it's to help everyone else in the party. He just can't say that.
Kohaku, what do you do?
I'm going looking for I'm searching the town for a skilled Ronin.
Oh. I guess. I'm gonna need you to roll something for this. You let me know what skill you'd like to roll and how you justify it.
Okay, so it's just kind of looking for a swordsman. Let's see. I'm not sure. Diplomacy? Wait, diplomacy is not a skill anymore.
Persuasion?
Yeah, persuasion is 5 years diplomacy.
Yeah, I'll do persuasion.
Sure.
Flex your privilege. Flex your privilege.
Oh yeah, I can do that too.
Oh my god, you don't even have to.
Okay. Okay, I have to find the thing. So you take a bit of time to start asking around, seeing if anybody knows of a samurai and a ronin, and for the most part, a lot of people here don't seem to kind of know anybody, at least not locally. Most of the samurai here or formerly were dedicated to Ishida, and now are dedicated to Tama. However, come across this elderly woman. It's a Harrigan. Her ears are like sagging. She's real tiny, kind of rotund, but has those like stubby little like toothpick like legs. Uh, Sitting, kind of walking on a pair of geta that are far too like tall.
God,
Just to
she is the most powerful ninja I've ever seen.
give her a little bit of extra height. And she's got a little like she just seems like this fairly old but kind of wizened old woman. Just probably retired and is just kind of like tending to her garden and whatnot. She's got a couple of grandkids hanging around. And you kind of get pointed to her by a couple of people as somebody who just who knows a lot of people, who's been around for quite a while. And yes, if you don't mind me asking, what are you looking for a Ronin for?
I just need an honorable man or woman, an honorable person, a person I can trust, a person who would honor their word in life or death, the same way I would.
I see. Um, well, there are stories of an honorable man, a Ronin who no longer has a lord. Uh, Lives atop the Tower of Ascension.
Do I know where that is?
You've heard of it.
And is that local or is it somewhere like a million miles away?
Local in the sense that it is in Tairiku.
Oh. That's the nearest Ronin.
It's not the nearest Ronin, but if you're looking for an honorable man to speak with, I can think of no one. No one better.
Well, honor him with a name then.
Uh,
Unless you don't actually have one, then we can just skip over it.
we have a name. Just one sec.
Okay.
If I can find it in my notes. Uh, their name is Junji Uba.
Do I know that from like, or is there a chance of hitting that on a history roll or anything, recognizing the name?
You almost certainly do, because you were the one who spoke of this 4 sessions ago. You decided to inject this into the story, and I'm capitalizing on it.
Okay.
Yeah, Kohaku had heard stories of this individual, a samurai who lives up in this enormous tower, the Tower of Ascension, and has lived there for many, many decades. Supposedly, he survives by eating just the air and light, and potentially this immortal samurai.
Wow. I know of him. You're right, he is an honorable man, but I don't think I can show my face to a man like that.
And why not?
I'm more tainted than I look, ma'am. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Tsukino.
You ever heard of chi cultivation?
I don't believe I have.
Let me put it this way. I have 1,000 gold pieces that I want to entrust to someone in this town, as well as a paper bird. And I want them to alert me when they see certain things.
1,000 gold is quite a sum of money.
Is it 500 better? Is it too much?
Uh, well, I think 1,000 gold would just do a lot of good for potentially many people, potentially several generations of a family.
I'm asking someone to spy on a demon, on a shadow creature,
Oh,
on other evil creatures. I'm asking someone to risk their life. I don't need them to be distracted by trying to eat or drink. It might be years before they see anything, and I still want to hear. I want that paper bird to come to me. I want to give someone a comfortable and luxurious existence for as many years as possible. In order, all they have to do is keep their eyes open and look. And I need someone who's. I mean, you have to imagine. I have to be able to trust somebody. They have to be sworn to Bushido, or they won't do it.
I see. You want somebody local?
Yeah.
Well, there's Nakanobu, but he's a bit of a drunk. Takatake, actually. Takatake Kajiwara. He is a former member of the court who was I don't know all the specifics of what occurred, but he refused to serve after some time. And I believe that he is residing somewhere just outside of our town.
He refused to serve Ishida.
Yes.
I like him. If you'll tell me where he is, I'll give you 50 gold.
Understood. Happily, my lord. I believe he resides out in the jungles. A couple of individuals have brought him food on occasion. Look for the small statue on the right side of the road. You should be able to find him from there.
Can I reach it in an hour and a half or 2 hours?
You should, I believe so. It's not far outside of town, just on the outskirts. It stays close.
Right. I'm gonna give her like 100 gold,
Oh goodness.
and then bow all the way to the floor.
She also gives you a bow as deep as she can, which is not very. Her little crack in her back. Well, come along, boys. We're eating well tonight.
How old are you, by the way?
Believe next month will be my 122nd year.
Oh, Jesus.
The human?
Kill.
No, she's a Herringun.
Oh.
And that's unusual. That's unusually old for a herring gun, right?
In my day, I was quite adventurous myself.
You're far too modest. I think you know more about chi cultivation than you let on.
I may have at one point, but those days are long.
I thank her very much.
All right.
And go, because I'm in a hurry.
All right, you hurry out. And like you said, you take one of the bridges across outside of the city to just dirt path, and within like 5 minutes of walking down this dirt path, you do see what appears to be a little stone statue. Seems to be of like a tanuki in one of the big like rice hats, holding a gnarled kind of wooden staff with a couple of bells that are carved into the statue. It's covered in moss on one side, and you can see where people have like periodically kind of like wiped it clean, though the moss continues to kind of like overgrow rapidly, as many of the plants and animals in this area do. They just grow very quickly and spread constantly.
That strikes me as a shrine, so of course I'm going to stop briefly and pray and give an offering.
All right.
Then I rub the statue's belly.
Yeah. Rub the belly, and
Teru.
you notice that there are definitely some like indents kind of around it where other kind of offerings have been placed periodically and then presumably removed.
Well, obviously the shrine maidens aren't really taking care of you. I'll give them some incentive. I'll put 50 gold in the offering.
All right. 50 gold at the foot of the statue.
You guys know I'm loaded.
This man has dropped like
Used to be.
the 1,100 gold over the course
I
of
haven't
this
dropped
hour.
10% of what I've got.
God damn.
Well, I have. I haven't actually dropped 1,000 yet. But,
Yeah, it's
you know.
true. It's just kind of scheduled.
I don't know. I feel like this is meaningful. It's a beautiful shrine. I'll pray for a safe and swift journey.
What would you like to do?
I'm looking for Kajiwara.
All right. Give me a survival check.
Uh-oh.
Take a little bit of time and start looking around, trying to find like tracks or signs of somebody passing through. The road itself is fairly well traveled, and you kind of like poke around the surrounding forest looking for signs of like footprints or like snapped branches, anything like that. You don't really find anything initially, and after probably like 5 minutes or so, you end up wrapping back around towards the statue, wondering if maybe you went in the wrong direction, maybe try the other side of the road. But when you get back, you notice that the 50 gold is gone.
If that was a shrine maiden or a spirit, not a bandit. Couldn't have been a bandit. I'll put 50 more in.
All right. You go and place the 50 gold down. Give me a perception check.
Does he see a progress meter start filling up as he puts more gold in?
The little meter up in the top pops
The
up.
golden meter, yeah.
Hear a little ding.
All right. Clark's going to put his glasses on before he does a perception check. 14.
The 14, fortunately, this isn't sight-based because you hear, as you put the gold down, you hear this like almost echo of gold jingling, and you realize that it's not you. Something else is jingling. It seems to be getting further away.
What?
What was that? That was scary.
Yeah, what was the sound?
Philo got possessed.
I was doing a bit, and
Oh,
I
okay.
tried to do the robot voice, and it was like, I haven't done it in a while, so it was like way more gravelly and scarier than it used to be, and I was also covering the mic to make it sound distant.
Yeah,
Oh,
we could definitely tell that the mic was covered.
But I said, please insert 1 coin to continue.
okay.
Can I tell a direction?
Yes, it seems to be a little bit above you, which is weird. And seems to be kind of heading into the jungle.
Above me.
Yeah.
Are you a spirit or a looter? I'll jump into the trees.
Okay. I mean, jumping into the trees is no trouble for you. You start giving chase to this thing.
Yeah.
You catch glimpses of this shadow flitting through the tree branches.
Oh, can I tell if it's a person?
At unfortunately, like this area is like very dense, and so even in the like fairly bright noonday sun, it gets super dark under the canopy. So you're just kind of like catching silhouettes, but you do catch signs of what appears to be a tail. But otherwise, it appears humanoid. Has 2 arms, 2 legs, somewhat smaller. Is probably in the like 3 foot range tops. You can see that you can kind of hear the jingling. It seems to have a pouch that it's put some of your gold in.
I'm faster than you. I'll catch you. I just
Oh.
want to talk.
You almost certainly are. Give me an athletics check. Yeah, you leap forward and manage to grab onto this thing out of the air. And as you reach out, you grab what appears to be a small, furry body, take it down out of the trees, land in some of the underbrush, and it starts like scrambling and trying to get away from you, and you hear it beginning to like almost chirp at you, like whoop 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 whoop. And you see that it's what appears to be like a chimpanzee.
Monkey.
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 God,
Why
he
are
was
there chimpanzees here?
defeated? Oh. Hmm. And also sheepish and not willing to like chase a chimpanzee like an animal. That's fine. Oh, monkey, you don't know where Takiwara is or Kajiwara. Oh,
It kind of like squirms in your grasp.
I'll let it go.
All right, it scrambles and it goes and like picks up its little pouch of gold and continues to like scamper out into the forest.
That would explain why the shrine maidens don't visit. Take care of the shrine. I'll take care of it.
Um,
Ugh. I guess I'll trek back to the shrine.
all right. I think at this point you can smell what appears to be like fish cooking.
Interesting.
It's me.
She fell into a cooking fire.
No, I mean the fish cooking. No, it's like a shrimp fried right now.
Ah, yeah, I get it. I get it.
But it makes sense if our hermit lives out here, he's going to be cooking. The monkeys aren't cooking. Let's follow the smell.
All right. You've pushed a little further into the forest now that you've gotten a little bit deeper, closer to whatever is making this smell. In spite of the fact that you can tell that there's definitely like, you can just smell the scent of cooking and food and a little bit of herb. Whatever is cooking is clearly doing so in a contained or somewhat deliberate way where there isn't any, you don't see any smoke or signs of like firelight or anything. But eventually you come into not really a clearing, but you can see an area where some of the brush has been cut a little bit lower. And there's one of these like big kind of jungle trees, and up in it you can see what appears to be this like makeshift wooden like house, essentially. Fairly small and modest. It's probably essentially just a bedroom, maybe a little bit of storage space. And sitting at the foot of this tree, over a very small contained fire kind of cooking, is what appears to be a very large gorilla-like individual, or monkey-esque individual. Probably a good 6.5 feet, maybe 7. Though he's currently sitting and hunched, so he's a bit smaller. Broad shoulders, cooking a bit of fish, and you see a couple of these other like small chimps. The one with the sack of gold comes over and like drops it, and begins chattering at him.
Mhm.
You can see at his side he's got 3 different form like swords, katana, shoot, what's the smaller one?
It could be a Tanto or Wakizashi.
Wakizashi. And then he also has a very large like odachi that is kind of like leaned against a tree.
I'm pretty sure. I think this is my guy. I'll thank the Tanuki spirit for guiding me. Kajiwara-san.
Kind of looks up at you a little bit lazily, though you can see his hand does kind of move to his side, just a very like casual, not threatening way, but like close enough that if he made a move, he would grab his sword.
Are you the man too honorable to work for Ishida?
Suppose that depends on who's asking. Don't recognize you.
Kwako Kiroame from the Hair Clan to the east.
To what do I owe the honor? The Lord's visit.
I've killed Ishida.
He looks to you for a brief moment and then begins to laugh uproariously. Just this deep, bellowy laugh that I certainly cannot even attempt with my voice as it is.
I'm sure the audience is really happy that you and I are both talking to each other for a good portion of this episode.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. It's really cool that we got the two of you guys to just have a big long bit together.
Yeah.
I'm having a blast personally. I love this scene.
Thank fuck.
So you killed the old lord. And
He either lost his way big time or he never had it.
I don't think he ever had it. But that's just me. So what do I do? What do I owe the pleasure of meeting a person who freed the province?
One of. Let me ask you first. Why do you think that there aren't any maidens or monks making pilgrimage to the shrine that just down the way? It's clearly unkept. It's covered in moss.
There's no shrine, just a humble marker.
I see. I
Some
was
of
looking for a
the
shrine. That's my mistake.
some of the locals have treated it as a shrine. I think they've started spreading rumors that a spirit resides in these mountains, protects travelers, and so they leave offerings.
I believe that's true.
If it's true, then you're looking at a full-blooded spirit.
I don't believe that's true. But I was looking for someone who is honorable, trustworthy, dedicated to Bushido and their word. So for someone whose word means more to them than their life. And I think you're that man.
And what could you want with somebody that? What job could somebody who defied their lord have?
I had a hand in allowing a demon to go free. A pit fiend that looks like this, and I'll throw a scroll on the ground with an illustration of the pit fiend. I wanted to kind of hide that I was doing this earlier, so I haven't rolled for it, but I'll do. There you go. There's the art. It's pretty good.
Yeah. So very good. Like it's obviously
Yeah.
it's an ink portrait, so it's fairly
Yeah, and
simple
I
and
wasn't
stylized.
gentle
But
with the scroll either. It looks like I've been treating the scroll very disrespectfully, and I threw it
Yeah.
on the ground like I'm disgusted by it.
yeah, incredibly accurate though. Like all of his features are perfect. Like it's a very good representation. Anyone would recognize him from this.
No, my station is not tainted. My soul is far more tainted than yours. And I need to do something about it. Except I can't. I have obligations and duties that I have to attend to elsewhere. I wish I didn't. But I have money.
So you need someone to go and slay this demon for you.
If you think you can. But ultimately, what I really want is for someone, all you would have to do to earn my money is tell me when you see it, where it goes. If you see any more of Ishida's comrades walking through, if you see any evidence of demon activity, if you see a woman in red armor.
I know these mountains well. And he kind of looks to the other the small chips that are kind of surrounding the little clearing. So I have many eyes and ears around here. I could certainly do this for you for the right price.
For some reason, I have a feeling I've never trusted someone more at first glance than I've trusted you in this very moment. I believe heaven has guided me to you. Take the money. It's 1,000 gold is what I'm offering. For as long as that lasts, let your conscience determine how far it goes.
It's a generous offer.
I can't take my wealth with me into the next life.
Very well.
All right. Then I'll take the little bag. Well, not a little bag. It's a flipping heavy, big
Yeah.
bag of gold.
The sack that you've been dragging behind
Yeah,
you.
sack with like the $2 signs on it.
Yeah, the Scrooge McDuck sack of money.
We'll do the DBZ removing my weighted training clothes scene. I'll just drop the bag.
Yeah.
It's a crater. I'll drop that, and then I'll put very gently. I'll put the folded paper bird on top. All you have to do is use this paper bird. I've used one before. Do you know how?
It's been some time since I've used them, but I believe I can.
Send me word when you see anything. That's all I ask. If you kill the demon, you'll have my gratitude and perhaps a bonus. But I'm telling you, you don't have to. All I need is to know where it is, and I'll kill it.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want to deprive you of your chance to redeem yourself in battle. But I will keep an eye out for your woman in red, your demon, and any other minions of Ishida. I'm sure that now that he's gone, they'll all begin crawling out of the woodwork, attempting to flee. If they happen to go missing, well, I won't bother notifying you, but I will let you know if anyone prominent shows up.
Good, I appreciate that. And I hope you live in whichever way is healthiest for you. In the lap of luxury if you need to, or in the middle of this beautiful place. I don't know if I can make that decision. But I hope the money helps you anyway.
I've gotten quite content in my years. And he's going to open up the bag, take out, start counting out a little bit of gold. And then kind of whistles and speaks very quickly to a couple of the chimps who run over. And pretty quickly, 5 or 6 of these little monkeys come over and descend on the bag and start scooping up some of the gold and then scatter into the forest.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. So this is so give me a few minutes.
Sure.
I'll be right.
Well, this is happening. What are the rest of you guys doing?
Boy. I got nothing immediately. Somebody else go.
Same.
I'm deciding whether I should tell Stain. I don't think he wants to know. I think if he wanted to know, he would have told me. I think if he said he doesn't want to get a no, he would have said that. I think he just doesn't want to know.
You got good insight. You probably think he doesn't have the heart to face Talon. If you know where Atropos is, because he knows he's just going to fail.
This little bastard.
If you tell him how to find her or where to go, he'll go. And he knows very fully he's going to fail, and it's going to destroy him. And he's got to do it anyway.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. What I miss?
Welcome back.
They were just doing insight
Yeah.
checks.
Yeah, just doing it.
All right. Well, I like this guy. Fantastic. So is it true? Is it true that you? I think it is. I don't think I should ask. I know it's true that you left Ashida's Court
That's correct.
on your own. I'm at some point have been and possibly still am or will be in the future betrothed to Tomo Ishida, sister of the current daimyo. If it should come to pass in the future that I take some kind of role in that court, I think I would welcome you back, and I wouldn't blame you for not wanting to. But fair enough, that's how it is. I really want to do an anime thing and test his reflexes by throwing a shuriken at him, but I feel like that'd be rude.
Might be a little rude. He will laugh again and say, well, as much as I appreciate the offer, I think you've managed to set me quite comfortably for life already.
I think that's probably about, how much would that be in Koku? It's like 50 Koku.
Though it would be nice to return to the city and the courts.
At the very least, I'm happy so that you can, to make it such that you can visit town for things that don't grow in the jungle.
That would be appreciated. He town's offerings are nice when they come, but would be nice to be able to shop again.
And I think you sell your little statue short. I think there's a very good chance it might be a shrine, and I think you could attract pilgrims to it if you dressed it up a bit and convinced your monkeys to stop stealing the offering.
Oh, you misunderstand. The offerings are for me.
You should make that clear.
Uh, they leave the offerings for the spirit that protects them from the wilds on the road, bandits here and there,
I
animals.
see. You are that spirit. I see.
That's correct.
I might end up, if I'm not lucky, not to say anything or to pass any judgment on your lifestyle, but if I'm not lucky, I may end up living a very similar life. But we'll see. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I understand you're trying to eat fish.
Oh shit! It burnt the hell out of it. It's all right. Well, not to persuade you, I'm sure that your life as a young lord is very different from my own upbringing, but should you decide to pursue a life in the jungle, it is quite rewarding. At least far more rewarding than Ishida's court, though I imagine that was not a very high bar. I'm sure you hold your court much more highly than he did.
I don't know. In many ways, people not involved in court, people not, in many ways, the peasantry have more freedom than I do. I can't make that decision. It will be made for me. I will be happy one way or another, though it seems like you've got things figured out. But yeah, I think that's all I want to talk to this guy about.
All right. You make your leave. You do a bow and yeah, head off. Eventually, returning
Wait,
a couple hours later.
No, doesn't the samurai get like a size up ability to like learn something about somebody? Am I making that up? That's crazy.
Battlemaster does, I think, right?
Yeah,
Battlemaster.
Battlemaster.
Oh, it's Battlemaster. I never.
With that said, if you just ask Drake if you can guess what level he is, he can't. The worst he can do is say no.
Yeah, let me con this dude. I throw a shuriken at him. No, I'm just.
He dies.
He has no reaction. He takes damage,
No,
and then draws his sword and tries to kill you.
Oh, this is not anime.
You're like, I thought everyone could do that. You could.
No, I'm just gonna trust. I like this guy. He's cool. He's a monkey. I love monkeys.
I would let you give an insight check to kind of like size this guy up.
See, this is the caliber of man that heaven has decided to, or that heaven is destined to rule, and then our mortal corruption and the corruption of the demons have like infested everything and chased all the good people out. Where's my skill sheet? Insight. I'm good at that. Ooh.
It's a little hard to say. He's well armed, and for somebody who has been like presumably living out in the jungle for a while, it's clear that he like takes good care of his equipment, which I think you would spot as signs that he is, at the very least, like trained well enough to care for his swords properly and armor. which would indicate to you some level of like formal training. It's a little hard to size up exactly where he is as far as like level and stuff go. But you think he is like reasonably competent.
Okay.
I don't think that on a 13 you get the sense that he's like some godly like level 20 samurai master that is like ascended or anything.
No, it's like
But-
I look at him and then he like looks at me. We make eye contact. He knows I'm sizing him up. I'm making it clear I'm sizing him up. Put my hand on the hilt of my sword. I'm just like relaxing it there, just chilling. But I do twist my foot into a combat stance. This is the stance. If I had my sword out, I would be in. If I had an overhand, if I was about to do an overhand kind of like offensive form, as if mimicking the Seven Winds kata or something, and then he like maybe like twists his heel a little bit as if like going into the earth counter, and I'm like, oh, okay, all right, he's good.
I love this.
So,
Yeah.
you gotta make it anime a little bit.
Yeah, you guys do a kind of like essentially like a mock fight where you're just moving your feet around, and to most people it would just kind of look ridiculous, but you kind of like you can see that he has plenty of at least formal training.
Yeah,
There-
it's Steve's
there are
camp
no-
for samurai.
There are no
It's like
words or
the-
otherwise outward expressions exchanged, but if this were an anime, it would be 5 minutes of
Yeah.
like a foot movement and then it zooms in on your face and like,
Yeah.
oh, he knows the
Actually-
stance to counter my kata cut.
Yeah,
It's
actually,
also
all
like
of that
that scene in
dialogue we just
Hero.
had didn't really happen. It was it was it was just us shuffling in front of each other awkwardly for 20 minutes. And then,
Yeah.
It's like that scene from Hero, where Jet Li and the master of the spear, White Spear, just look at each other silently and they have a whole fight in their head.
Yeah. Kohaku doesn't have thieves can't, he has samurai can't, where
Yeah.
it's just foot movements.
Blade Cat?
But yeah, eventually Kohaku, you return having a major kind of deal with this samurai.
all right, I return a little lighter, a lot lighter, and without a bird. What have you guys been up to for 3 hours? Are you in the same spot?
Yeah, we actually, when you go off screen, we just stand here. You know that,
Oh, really?
right?
That's weird.
Yeah.
The scene
Oh,
activates again
It
when
was
you
3
return.
hours for me, but it was like 5 seconds for this.
Yeah, it saves a few cycles if we just like deactivate all of
Wait,
our
did-
protocols while we're not on the screen. We're cold. It's occlusion culling. Or
Did
frustum
time
culling.
stop for you, or did you just did you
Well,
freeze and
It
experience
gets
every moment?
simulated, right? So when we reactivate, it checks to see how much time has passed since our last tick, and then it rapidly simulates everything that's happened in that time.
Oh, I don't understand that at all.
No. Jupe honestly probably has just been spending time with Allie, trying to figure out what to do with all of the information that he has got now. Probably can't think of a whole lot, and is mostly just focused on like what our next mission is going to be. And is probably leaning Merve, but when he sees Kwaku's back, he's like, "Oh, you're back. That's good. I was worried maybe you wouldn't be."
I'm back, and I've decided to go with you.
I'm real glad to hear that. Is there? Can we help with anything? Did you get everything taken care of?
Hired an honest man to keep an eye on things.
Okay. All right. Well, we're deciding what to do next. I don't know if you have any thoughts on it. It seems like a lot of what we need to do is tracking down people, so maybe Merve is the place to go. Partly because they have a lot of magic equipment there, but also there's like a looking glass thing there that maybe we'll be able to use. This is a lot of conjecture based on a conversation I can't actually have with Allie out of character yet.
We might get some more leads on Gabrielle as well.
True. There's also a village with talking animals.
Just because we resemble animals doesn't make us animals, Jupiter.
No, of course not. But these are the actual like bestial animals that have been imbued the ability to speak.
It sounds like a simpler life, honestly. I envy it a little.
Just because they're foreigners, they don't necessarily make them barbaric,
Whoa.
No, it's oh my god.
bestial. It's unbecoming. I know some of my contemporaries have that opinion, but have a more open mind, Jupiter.
I can speak with fish.
Really?
No,
I'm
not like
sure-
oh my god. But like the little ones in the sea, or the very big ones in the sea sometimes. The ones with gill. You know what I'm saying.
I'm sure you have lots to talk about.
Anyway, that's where my vote would currently go. It's not a super strong vote if we have other thoughts. It's either that or, like, we go track down these other two dragons, which admittedly does sound kind of fun. Or we head back over and talk to the witch hunters and possibly kidnap Nanika, but we don't really know for sure if we're doing that and how we feel about Rin right now.
I'll give you my opinion, but why are we looking for two dragons?
Because of a prophecy that we were... Well, no, this wasn't the prophecy. The prophecy was separate. This was the message, the intel that was found in that first dragon's cavern.
What do we intend to do when you meet the dragon?
I think the idea is that we're going to absorb the power that was left behind into Nara's weapons.
The dragons are already dead.
I believe that's the case. As far as I know, there are very few living dragons, and we've met one of them.
Dragons are holy beings.
I kind of believe that, actually. Yeah, they're typically associated with healing.
If their energy is lying somewhere rotting and not being used, I think that's a good priority.
Well, there's one... Double checking. There's one in Iron Sand Islands, which is way far away. And then the other one was in... What was it? Eastern Tairiku? Where's that note? Where'd that note go?
It was in East Hondo, which you would be aware because this note was left prior to the sundering.
Right.
That means it would be in Camelot.
Ah, I gotcha. The other one is down in Camelot.
Let's see. You ever heard of the concept of Kegari?
Kagari. No.
Bad miasma. Bad energy. Stagnancy, corruption, and evil. Things that sit and stagnate like still water breed mosquitoes, disease and unhealthiness that spreads through the veins of the world and corrupts the entire land around it. We're moving water, things that change and evolve with seasons that move and change, death and rebirth, the way it's supposed to work. These are holy things. These are things that are healthy and clean. Moving water is healthy to drink, and stagnant water is not. A moving dragon is healthy, and a dragon's power sitting, rotting, and unmoving, and doing nothing in a pit somewhere. If it's not already, how many years? 1,000, 100 years?
I think you could be even more right than you think. Every time that we have found an abandoned dragon's lair, it has been exploited, specifically by the undead dragon cult. So there's a very decent chance that the two will be related. We might find more leads on that too. Which is to say, I'm on board for that. If we vote for that, I'm cool with that.
I would go.
Stain and Nara and Sheesh, do you guys have preferences? You guys have thoughts on what we do next?
Stay not here.
Stain, where's Stain?
3 hours. He found like a place to kind of test out what he can do and what he can't anymore. Maybe in the woods if there's no like dojo in the castle.
Oh, there's definitely a dojo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably requested the use of it in private that no one watches him.
Okay.
and he's got like training dummies, and he's trying to do anything. He's trying to fly like he could before. He's trying to make fire or lightning or poison, and he's getting more and more desperate as nothing is working. And he's not sure how useful he's going to be.
Understood. Stain went to go do something. He said he wanted some privacy, and I didn't bother him too much, but we'll check with him when he gets back.
He does eventually ask for Nara, though.
Let's finish this scene, and then we'll jump to Stain, because I got a thing for you.
How about you, Nara? Do you have any preferences on what we do next?
No, no preferences.
Fair enough. I know the dragon thing would certainly help, but there's also there was some lead for you in Merve, I think. We just talked about it. How about you, Sheesh? You have little bits of stuff all over the place, right?
I mean, I've got most of my hit list crossed off already, aside from Gabriella and whatever she's doing with the blood she's stealing from my people still, but,
Right.
you know, the rest of my immediate family is safe at the meantime, so if I can help anybody else first, I'm willing. It sounds like Merve might be a helpful pitch for everybody.
All right.
Nico does come over and he just like rests his head in your lap, Nara, like this big doggy sigh.
What's up? Yeah, some.
He looks up at you with those like big kind of like that way that dogs kind of like look up at you when they want something. And then he like kind of glances over at the dinner table.
Yeah. Grabs him some food. Offers it to him.
Yeah, he starts eating. Eats like a full plate of Ama rice.
Growing boy.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I think Merve would be a good choice. Or yeah. Eventually, if we make our way to Camelot, I don't know if I'm ready to go there yet. Still need time.
I'd go either way, but I vote on the dragons. Blood that pools in the limb and doesn't flow corrupts the limb and it'll fall off. Dragons are spirits of nature. Their energy is out there doing harm.
I think one potential connection for Narif is the you guys would recall that the dragon cult was responsible for the Jabberwock, which is presumably with the queens in Merve, or at least
True.
that you saw it with them previously. So
The Dragon Cult was also, they had the Shards of the Pawns. So there's clearly some sort of a connection between the Queens and the Dragon Cult.
yeah,
So there's an angle there for sure, too. We also know the Queens have a tie-in with Talon. They had something going on at Kosetsu Jin that we never found out what they were doing. They were like gathering up all the women for something.
no, that was Rin.
Was it Rin? I could have sworn that was the Queen.
No, it was
It was Rin. She was just collecting all the women.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Keep them safe. Want them part of the conversation. Something like that.
Okay, wait, hang on a second. So refresh my memory. On the night that Talon left, the night that Talon was turned into the knight,
Mhm.
I could have sworn we were all at dinner, And
You
then
guys were at dinner, and then Rin came in with Yokimaru
right,
with all the women in Kosensuja.
right.
And she was like, hey, everybody get in here. And the only girl that was missing was Talon because she had gotten the letter and had left, had snuck out.
Okay.
And then the queens showed up with Talon.
Give
Right.
her, give her the crown.
so-
The horn.
I think
I might have subconsciously assumed that all of that was a single coordinated event because, like, why would the queen show up at the same time as Ren and all that? But maybe they were acting
No.
independently.
no, Rin was independent. She did not seem particularly happy about the queens being there.
Okay. All right.
Um,
Understood.
Yeah. I
Thinking
think
about the explosion.
I think we were under the impression that the explosion was Talon.
yeah.
By the time
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Either
That was her putting the hat on.
Either way.
either
Or go ahead.
yeah, I think it's either Rin had information that the next hat wearer would be there. That's why she was gathering all the girls in one spot, or
Oh, that
Because she
makes
was friends
so
with
much sense.
Nanika.
God, you're so
And
fucking
Nanika knows-
smart. Yeah, that totally makes sense. She had a prophecy that the next hat bearer would be there, and it was Talon who wasn't with her. She was rounding up all the girls, but she missed the one that was going to be the hat bearer. She had,
But she was like extra unhappy.
right. This makes so much sense. God damn it. God damn it. Dash, how are you so smart?
That's she beautiful fucking genius.
She had prophecy. She had a prophecy, and she simply let it slip through the cracks. Where's she getting prophecy from?
Nanika.
Nanika. That makes
the
so much
time
sense.
she had Nanika.
Yep, that's right. This is back before she got kidnapped. Oh my god.
Well, no, this is after she had gotten kidnapped, but
Well, she had information.
they had a couple of, because of Nanika's prophecies are just like very chaotic. Like sometimes they've gotten prophecies for like literally years in advance,
Right.
and then some that are like, "Hey, last week a thing happened."
Yeah.
Like she doesn't
Oh, like
have great-
retrocognition.
yeah, she really doesn't have great control over her divination. So they were just like, okay, whatever thing is useful, we'll try and pursue it.
Yeah, essentially, her things work by just she can tell you where it happened, right? She can't say who
She-
does it.
Let me just
If I recall,
pull up the thing because Stain has been aware of this fact for quite a while. Where did I put this in my notes? Come here. Yeah, so essentially the way that her prophecies work is that she gets a date and then a haiku that kind of vaguely describes the event.
Interesting.
oh,
Okay.
So
somehow they have to infer the location from that.
so to kind of reveal what they had 25th Waning Bear on Frozen Mountain, a girl consumed by despair will dream evermore.
Yeah, I remember that one.
And Rin secretly told Stain this.
Yeah, he knew. He just didn't connect it. He's kind of really dumb.
So yeah, they gathered all the women because they knew it was going to be a girl, but that was kind of the only lead that they had.
Right. Okay. All right. All of this is to say that the queens clearly have a lot tied in with a lot of what we're doing, and it seems like there might be something for almost all of us in Murday.
True.
And then the City of Talking Animals for Biscuit. And not Kohaku, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Maybe we'll run into the demon out there. For the record, I know it's been 6 weeks since we played last. Jupiter also just learned the reason why we let this demon go, which makes perfect sense now that it's been explained to him. But, like, we gotta kill that demon, guys. This is bad. That's really bad.
Yeah, like that's gonna be so easy now.
Yeah, it just got way harder for sure, because now he has sworn to protect Talon. Presumably from us. We
When
accidentally
the
gave...
plan was just to kill the demon, it was fine.
Yeah.
But you know,
Now we've accidentally given her a lieutenant.
Yeah.
Yep.
for 30 days. But
That's true.
Excuse me,
we just-
we?
Well,
W-E, we?
you're right. It was mostly
yeah.
Kawaku's idea, actually.
What?
True.
he didn't stop it. It was all
When
his
we
fault.
get to heaven, I'm telling God it was all his idea. He should turn him into a cockroach.
Kichi's birth. Reaching for the sun. Oh, that's the Mud Witch.
Yeah, these are all the prophecies that Yokimaru had.
Damn, you have one for each.
Yep.
Friend will be lost. Taylor's birthday. Is that 2? 8? There's a date, basically. And a general area described by the haiku.
So just to kind of peel back the curtain and pat my own back, if I recall correctly, one of the first things that Yokimaru said when he met Kohaku on that first session was this prophecy. The reason that he went to the prison is because he was trapped by the sea, and then he was like, "Oh, you're not the person I was looking for."
Oh.
So, yeah.
Yeah, because Kohaku is a maiden. They thought it was going to be him.
I mean,
Well, he went to a prison because he was like, they're trapped by the sea. There's a prison by the sea.
Right.
Um,
But he's also a maiden because he hasn't had sex yet. That's what a maiden is, right? A virgin?
I think it's female virgin.
Close enough.
2024. We got male maidens.
Also,
Be a maiden.
true.
Maidens behavior.
Also not a virgin.
Oh, he's not? Cool.
I don't think so.
I
I don't want to dirty Caleb him, but
If he's not, that's a surprise to me.
was gonna say
Oh,
I
okay.
think he is.
okay. There was a character in
Oh, then you lied in Jackbox.
there was a character I thought that Kohaku had been quite intimate with.
Yeah, I thought so
Oh, yeah,
too.
very
But in
emotionally
Jackbox.
vulnerable.
Yeah, but in
Okay.
Jackbox, you said he was a virgin.
Yeah, the geisha do a lot more than
True.
they're not exactly prostitutes.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't have to be.
And that is why Kohaku is blind. He could have just.
A geisha came all over his eyes.
No, he
Oh,
tried.
no,
He's so on board with the celibate thing that he just masturbated his eyes
Yeah,
right out.
exactly. You do it too much, you would go blind.
That's why his palms are hairy too.
Not because he's here.
No, definitely not.
It's the other thing.
The masturbation. We can say that on Twitch as much as we want, right?
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah. Well, you guys are kind of discussing. It seems like Merveille is the clear choice at the moment. Stain, as you're studying and practicing, there is a knock, and the door to the dojo does slide open.
Try to collect myself immediately. Lean against something, act cool, even though I'm breathing really hard.
And see Tomo there, in full like kendo gear, essentially, big armor padding. It doesn't have has the helmet, kind of like basket helmet to the side, tucked under her arm. Sorry, I know you asked not to be disturbed, but do you mind if I do some training too?
It's your house. Do what you want.
She walks in, closes the door, steps up to one of the training dummies and starts to just go through some forms.
Is she decent?
She's clothed.
I mean, decent at the fighting.
Give
She's
me,
armored.
give me an insight check.
Inside. Go.
She seems very quite competent. Like she's clearly been formally trained, but even beyond that, she seems to have a lot of. She seems very talented.
This is Tomo Natama.
Yeah.
Is she using a boken or a shinai? What?
She's just got like a wooden like kendo, or I guess bamboo kendo.
So a
stick.
boken.
Yep.
Yeah. The shinai is like a solid piece that's just carved, and the boken is like that little bamboo with a little
The-
cap.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
bamboo cap. Yeah, she's got
For
the,
kendo.
Wooden sword
Okay.
versus wooden buffer.
Yeah. I think it's heavier, and the other one is more solid. I don't actually know the difference.
Boken's
either.
heavy, yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
boken's heavier, so it's better for like the swing training. He watches her for a bit. Well, kind of just all these dummies were made for medium-sized people to train. I imagine.
primarily, yeah.
But like he's used to doing that, so he's going for like places where they have to bend over and overextend. He fights dirty. And he watches her and he notes like her discipline and her technique. And he eventually asks, like, where'd you learn to do that?
I had tutors.
They're not bad.
It's not very cute, is it?
What? Chick with a stick?
Yeah.
I think it's really cute. Can't speak for anyone else. Maybe if you make it pink.
Yeah. Kohaku's is pink. I mean, good
You
match.
want to match with Lord Guhaku?
I don't know. You know, he probably wants a cute, feminine girl, not a butch chick with a stick.
You know, I've seen him go nuts over a big, chubby Tanuki guy. Just really all over him. I don't even think it's sexual. I think it's really something that appeals. I think he's got a wider taste than you think. And I think that respects skill. Does he know you play with a sword? He says play with like air quotes.
I don't think so. I'm sure he knows that I've had some training, but I don't really like showing it off, honestly.
But you're really good. But it's not cute, huh?
Yeah.
You know what's cute to a lot of people?
What's that?
When you're really, really into something and you start talking about it and you forget about the world for a bit. There's something about passion that makes people like you. It could be about swords or flowers. I like mythical beasts, dragons, firebirds, big snakes, really big snakes.
I think big snakes.
Really big snakes.
Why snakes? Aren't they? I don't know. They creep me out.
Snakes are fucking cute.
Maybe they have different snakes in Camelot.
Well, I'll tell you the story of one that lived in the sea. Once upon a time, there was a snake. Naturally. But it wasn't just a regular snake. It was really, really big. It started as big as a person, and it grew as big as a house, and as big as the mountain. Everyone was afraid of this snake because it was huge. It had to go into the sea, the only place that was bigger than it. But being so big and being so full of poison meant that it was lonely. So it wrapped itself around the world and gave it a hug. And it keeps doing that. Hugging the world. Because it's warm.
It would want to hug the world that pushed it away.
Sometimes even the people that push you away are better than no one.
Yeah, I guess I get that.
You want to train with me?
Sure, you're fighting different than usual. You look different.
You noticed.
It's hard to not.
Just rubs the back of his head. If we train, you gotta hit me for real, though.
All right, then you gotta put some padding on.
What? No, I can't move in padding.
You gotta wear padding.
He grumbled.
To take you over, there's a big kind of like almost like a wardrobe style container. She pulls it open, and you can see that there's a couple sets of spare armor,
Ready for
as
someone
well as
small.
a handful of different, a bunch of different like training swords, all different styles, different like lengths, weights, all that.
He probably picks one that's like a club size for him.
Yeah, if you get
That's what price for a
this
regular person.
short one that's like a Tonto or a
Does have trouble moving in whatever he wears. It's like, is there a small one?
They do have a couple of smaller ones. They are still like they're bulky. It takes a little bit to get used to the extra weight and stuff, but they're not like you're not completely immobile. It's not fucking a Christmas Story or anything that's stuck with your arms out. But it does take a minute to get used to the extra weight, especially around your shoulders. But yeah, she sits and starts training with you. Give me a. I want to do this. Please give me just an attack roll.
Sure. I think the armor negates me using martial arts with my martial weapons. So a club would use my strength. Let's see. And that would be this. Yeah, immediately. She goes, "Man!" and hits me between the skull.
She
and the horn.
cracks you real hard. And it's one of those hits where like you're kind of grateful for the padding because even with the padding, it like kind of dazes you a little bit.
Do you like the full? It's like a headshot. I feel like it's right at the top of the head.
I feel like she essentially does sort of like what on some people would be like a little bit of like a toe jab, but she's
the
kind
thigh?
of like because she's also not particularly used to fighting somebody your height, right? So she kind of like hits you right in the gut, and you just feel like very winded for a moment. But again, you have this padding that's specifically designed to absorb bane damage, so you don't take any damage from it, but it's enough to knock you off your feet a little bit.
He kind of gets down on his knees and like holds his tummy and like he holds a finger up, like wait.
Oh, are you okay? I didn't hit you
Yeah,
too
that
hard,
was-
did I?
That was a good one.
Okay. I
Gets up.
See, this is why I said you got to wear the armor.
Yeah, no kidding.
You are moving a little clunky here. Let me. She gets up behind you and like tightens some of the straps a little bit more. This might help you move a little bit better. But
This is
yeah,
what it's like to wear a corset.
if you want to wear a corset, I think we have some somewhere.
Maybe
Then
later.
you can compare.
Never fought in a corset before.
I don't recommend it. You can't breathe. You get winded super quick.
Fought in a corset?
I tried training in one. Honestly, just trying to do a single party in a corset is already winding.
Sucks that girls have to wear them.
Yeah, I don't understand how Camelish women do it.
It's all in vogue. I think the smaller the waist, the better. Everyone knows chunky's better. More to grab. How do you breathe?
I think you just don't. You just gotta hold your breath.
Okay.
But yeah, she spends a while kind of training with you. It's kind of up to you, dude. Does Stain kind of start to get the hang of some of his new powers? Do you try tapping into your pact?
He probably very gingerly, because he's not super sure how like to do it very well, and he finds like a lot of it requires another person.
That's true.
Like he tries a few times and then realizes, oh, there's a missing step here. There has to be someone to complete it. It's like starting something, but someone has to follow through. He gets the hang of it, which is a good thing. So he learns how to use them. And I think they're like short rest resources, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he tries the Commander Strike, for example. And it's just like, okay, no one's here. No one's here to follow up on it. But then he tries the Distracting Striker. But it's other than him. Again, he opens it up and he noticed like, oh, this opens her flank up to someone. I think he also learns basically basic kendo from her.
Oh yeah, she gives you some of the basic kind of like rundown of how it goes.
And a part of him is wondering, like, these powers kind of work with other people. I guess, like, a lot of the things I'm missing now, I have to rely on other people to do what I can. And it sucks for him because he feels like that's not something he can rely on.
Right. He's not allowed to do that.
But it's what he has, and he has to work with what he has. It's kind of how it's always functioned. And then I think he's like panting and leaning on his like club like a cane. And he just says like, "Good job, good sesh."
Thanks. Don't tell anybody about this.
Nah. If you want to beat me up again, I'm open. And he shows her the little kendo swing he's learned from her.
She puts down the sword, gives you a little bow. Says, "Thank you, Sting."
Don't tell nobody you beat me up.
Of course not.
And he bows as well.
Meanwhile, with the other group, I'm like, maybe I've been giving Stain a hard time lately. Maybe I need to open my eyes. There's no way he's like irredeemably evil. He's not like out there beating the crap out of my fiance right now or something.
I don't know if you saw these rolls.
Other way around.
Oh yeah, she's beating the crap out of him.
I put armor on and removed all my monk powers as a result.
Yeah.
And he is loving every second of it.
Oh, he's enjoying it, but at the same time, it's doing this whole like, God, I'm so fucking weak. Oh, God, I'm so weak. I'm gonna be so useless. It's when he uses like his abilities, Commander Strike, Distracting Strike, Rally, that sort of thing. It's when he's like, okay, I can do something. I can do a supporting thing.
But just think, first combat you're gonna get it, it's gonna be like Stain just took off his Goku training weights.
Yeah.
Like, I have all my powers suddenly.
Got all my power. Oh boy. He's like, I got beat shit from by some girl, some princess. I mean, she is good, but like, maybe I should have dodge rolled more. It's really hard to move in this. How did she move in this? How did Talon move in it? He shucks it off, comes back to everyone all sweaty and bruised.
Hey, how'd it go? What were you
Huh?
doing?
You really want to know?
Maybe. Do you need medical attention? I have some
You
leftover
gesture
good
some-
berries from yesterday.
Spare us the wet details, but let us do know if you need help. Suit it.
I'm all right. This finds like I don't know if they have paper towels this day. They probably have a hanky, something at the table.
Here, I've
Yeah,
got one
there's-
that already has some blood on it.
Right. He just kind of wipes his face because he's like sweaty. Armor is so stuffy
Oh yeah, I don't know
in
how
his
people
mind.
do
It's
it.
like,
Oh, in his mind. Just kidding. Sorry.
yeah, his mind's like armor is so stuffy.
Alistair walking around in full plate. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, he eyes at Alistair and why he doesn't sweat. And then internally, he's just like, I bet he smells nice when he sweats.
Jesus Christ. Keep my man out of your nose.
Them toes smell like though.
Iron nose. It's okay. We're the bathhouse boys. We shower a lot.
Alistair's definitely the best smelling person in the party, right? It's Alistair and then Kohaku and then Jupe.
She smells great.
Oh, you're right. He definitely wears cologne too.
Yeah, he wears cologne and smells like kitchen. He doesn't
Yeah.
smell like a fish. He
Man,
does not smell like fish.
we have a lot of fancy, well-dressed, fancy boys.
Steinus in neutral scent. Stain probably stinks.
It's not about who smells the best. It's about who tastes the best.
Well, that's sheesh, obviously.
Because it's fish.
Tastes like French fries. Just
Oh.
all that cooking oil.
A lot of oil's bad, protein's bad, but like fruits, certain veggies, can make it taste better.
Just squeeze a whole lemon over sheesh.
Does it semi-cook him like it does to some fish?
Gets in his eyes, starts screaming.
Oh, he has such big eyes.
I can't imagine playing a fish character that didn't have Kuotoa eyes. I'm not
Yeah.
strong enough. I could only if I made a fish character, they're gonna have Kuotoa eyes.
Oh yeah,
Right.
like my favorite part about Sheesh is imagining that he has he's well dressed, he's got he's a proper gentleman, and then he still blinks at you sideways like one
Right.
eyelid at a time like a fucking fish monster.
Yeah. There's really no point in playing a fish man unless they're a murloc or like a hot shark man.
There's really no in
The
between.
two
Yeah.
flavors. Yeah. You could be an octopus.
That's true. But then you're like illicit territory,
Yeah.
That's
which
not a
also
fish.
hot, but not fish.
That's not a
like-
fish. That's a cephalopod.
It's like Dagon from Jujutsu Kaisen. He's kind of mind flayery. Or Dagon, however they called him. So like he's wiping himself off with a napkin that's bloody, and it's just like, so what are we doing? You guys decide.
Yeah, if you have input, none of us are strongly leaning towards anything, so you could still tip the scales, but it sounds like we're going to do Merveille unless we get a strong vote towards something else. We're going to try to rescue Diana. We're going to check out the Village of Animals. We're going to look into the Queens. We're going to look into Scientist Gabrielle's laboratory. We're going to look for paper birds and other magical devices that can be used to track people down. I think that was it. I think that's all the hotspots.
I want to keep Tank. All right.
If we want to go hit up Tank, then we should definitely do that quickly. I don't know if we can beat her there, even if we teleport.
I can't. She kills him before I do. She's gonna steal my revenge from me.
Yeah. Then we should try to teleport there quickly, even if it's just to pick him up. I don't know if we'll beat her there, but we can try. And if we're gonna do that, then we should
what
get
happens.
we should get a move on. Like we should do that. I'm trying to think. Where are we right now? We're in Tairuku. We're in Eastern Tairuku.
Mhm.
Insect province.
Insect Province, which means we need to go down to the waterfall. Use that to portal to... Does that portal directly to Neverland? We dropped a portal there with their permission, yeah. So we need to get on mounts right now, and we need to race to the waterfall.
We can get there pretty quick.
I was going to say, we can get there pretty quick. We might beat her there. I don't know her exact mechanics and how far she can teleport and how often she can teleport.
So currently, you guys are in Togai,
Okay, so we got to go east.
and you have to head up to Yugatari.
Oh, that's even closer than I thought. Okay.
Yeah, it's still about 2 days, just because the mountains mean that you have to do a lot of like winding.
Well, as we all know,
But yeah.
I am an expert navigator through mountains.
True.
But yeah, we should do that. I actually have a very good feeling. I had a dream that seemed very promising about traveling through the mountains today. So maybe let's get on mounts and let's do that ASAP, and we'll try to beat her back.
All right.
I used to have a mount.
You used to have a what?
A mount.
What happened to him?
He's with my man. But now I don't see any of them anymore.
Maybe we'll come across them. They travel.
Hey, real
What if-
quick.
What if they hook up and leave you?
The mountain yours.
My boyfriend left me for a horse.
Cool spot.
He is pretty cool.
He's
I don't
so
know.
Cool.
You were Sunnies?
Real quick question.
Yeah.
Are paper birds capable of carrying like any weight?
No.
Okay.
Like the most that you guys were able to get them to carry is like truly just like a length of fishing line.
Okay, so definitely not a sending stone.
No.
Because I have one for. Hang on, I know his name.
Your man.
Group.
My man,
Group
my
X.
boyfriend, the love of my life.
Drew.
What's his face?
Drew, yeah, Grubeck.
Grubek. You got
My betrothed, my beloved,
your
the apple
betrothed?
of my eye,
Like the most you could get them
the
to carry
dashi in
is
my broth.
like a feather. Like they really can't carry anything.
We gotta get you one of those sending stones to be with him.
I have one. I just have to give it to him.
Oh, well.
I bought it after our last meeting. Our last rendezvous.
It's pronounced
I don't know.
Rendezvous.
Our last rendezvous.
Language is
Did-
that?
Does anybody have any words that they just really like saying sometime? Rendezvous. Hors de ouvres. Mise en place.
I really like fuckhole.
Yeah,
Oh, that's a
pretty
good one too.
Yeah.
Like titular.
Titular is a
Titular.
very good one. That's great. I like that.
It's about tits.
Oh, tit is just a good word on its own, but it leads to so many other fun ones. It just gets better the more syllables you add. Have you ever heard of the word titulating?
Well, that's titillating.
Titillating, right?
Titillating is
I like-
good.
Aren't they the same thing?
What is titulating?
The titular, there is no titulating. The titular thing is when something is the thing that another thing is titled after. Like if you had a book called Apple, and then in that book there was a chapter called Apple, and the book was named after that chapter. That's a bad example. Nobody names a book after a chapter
So
in
what-
the book.
What if you were? What if you were making yourself the
Oh.
subject of your own story? Then you would be like a titulating hero.
If we were called Sheesh and the Boys, you would be the titular Sheesh.
And we're the
I
titular
think
boys.
More
Correct.
commonly, it's like when it's like when the Blues Brothers have a scene where they look at someone, they put their shades on, they check their hat, and they're like, "We're the Blues Brothers," right? They say the name of the movie in a line into the movie. That's the titular line.
Never seen the Blues Brothers. A good
That's
play.
easy. All right, how about Ghostbusters?
A classic.
Heard of that play?
It can also be when they say the tagline.
Yeah. Who are you going to summon? The Exorcists, right?
Yeah. That's pretty clever.
Exorcists? How do you say that word?
Exorcists.
Yeah, you had it.
It's a stupid word. What's a bad word you don't like?
So, anyways,
No, I wanted to say squirt.
you guys
Moist.
are given some mounts. I'm
What are their names?
not naming these ones.
I'm asking their
They
names.
will.
They can't talk. They had their tongues removed.
No.
I won't. We can give them names. I won't ride with an animal that doesn't have a name.
I cannot ride through the desert on a horse with no name.
They're spiritual.
Yeah.
Other spiritual horses.
I feel like we should definitely learn their names then to honor the dead.
They'll disappear the moment they arrive at the spot. So it's gonna happen.
But yeah, you guys are granted a couple amounts to help you travel. We're given, possibly to Shisha's dismay, but you're all given some like bento boxes for on the road.
Stain, you are
Everyone-
fine.
Yeah.
I'll cook
I
for
can eat.
myself. Roughing it.
Understood. We know
Really?
you're in a rush, and
I
we
don't
thought-
say that in front of them. No, I'm not.
we thought that we'd help. But okay.
I really like your pickled ginger. Thanks.
Straight, please. She's just trained in decorum. He does not say this in front of them.
I don't know.
You can ignore your decorum sometimes. Just be savage as fuck.
It was just really rude. They're trying to help.
No, I really appreciate your cooking. It's just I'm worried about the stability of your hollandaise sauce on the road.
Hollandaise sauce.
Yeah, that would not be a road stable food.
The way Sheesh says that and has his hands on his hips as he is speaking in his character token, and always when he's talking to other cooks, implies that he worries about the stability of any of their food on the road, but he's being polite. And I'm going to stop being such an asshole out of character now.
Really?
No, never.
Um,
Good.
So you guys are able to start heading out. Toma does come over to you, Kawaku, and give you a hug. Hope you have safe travels.
Why do you smell like him? No, I'm just kidding.
Like what? I just showered.
I'll be back as soon as I possibly can.
We sharing a horse, Sheesh?
I hope it's yeah, just stay safe. Don't get hurt.
That's the plan. And likewise to you, I think Ishida probably still has allies in the area.
Yeah. We're trying to be careful. We've got our most trusted watching the palace, and we have some of our closest allies looking for any signs of this insurrection. And I think we should be getting word from your father soon about what's happening with Matsukura. So yeah, we'll be okay.
Out of character. I got that boy's hair. Did I get that to the corpse collector already?
I believe you guys did briefly teleport in there to hand it off.
Okay, great. So we're
I
just
will double
waiting.
check my notes, but I'm fairly certain that you did. And actually, it has been a couple of days.
And just a real quick note while we're all saying like goodbyes and stuff. Selkie is staying with Tomo and Tama, right?
Yes, unless you want her to come along.
I think this is fine. She's probably.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it. She's fine here. But I know she already has one of a pair of sending stones that I have, but I'm going to give her another 2 paper birds,
Okay, just in
and
case.
then I'll give Tomo one just in case as well, just like in case they need to contact us quickly.
Thanks. We'll let you know.
Do keep in touch.
We'll do our best. You too.
Although feel free to also just write. You know, these things don't grow on trees.
Well,
I don't even know what that means. I just hear Jupiter saying it a lot. It's fun.
First of all, I'm pretty sure they do grow trees. We turn trees into paper.
Right.
You know,
It's all a bit
I-
contrived, but it's a process. You do.
right. I understand that it's a process, and especially the magical enchantment process, which is very time-consuming and expensive. But To say that they don't grow on trees is a little bit disingenuous.
It's kind of rude and dismissive
it-
too.
Right, it just feels a little like dismissive and a little bit pretentious.
I think Jupe might just be a pessimistic asshole sometimes.
Oh my god. Episode 74, he figured it out.
It's finally sinking in.
Yeah.
I think maybe it would be best for you to stop blaming other people for your own terrible behavior.
Damn.
Are you calling me a
sorry.
pessimistic asshole?
I'm so sorry, Toma. Come, let's get away from this. You don't need this negativity in your life.
Thanks. Anyways. Yeah. I'm gonna miss you guys.
We'll miss you too. Please stay safe.
She runs off and cries.
Yeah.
And so I should go check on her. She gives you a sheesh. Stay safe. Stay safe.
Of course.
I take out my wooden sword, and as Tomo runs away, I give her like a little knight salute.
She gives you a, like, clearly choking back some tears, little smile, and hurries off to her room to kind of like dry her eyes.
Oh,
Something
She-
comes up.
Throws herself onto her bed head first and clutches some pillows to her chest and cries for an hour.
Oh no.
Wow.
Selkie comes
She
over and
needs-
just pats her back.
she needs to grow up, honestly, because I mean, just because her boyfriend, who doesn't really like her, killed her father, who was evil. Like
Killed her evil father, and I was leaving, and he doesn't really want to marry her, and even though she loves him.
emotional all the time.
God, women.
God, how long has it been since you've seen your betrothed? A few minutes? Oh, my heart weeps for you, darling. I do hope you can console yourself in your palace.
I like you, Steve.
I like me too. And I've grown fond of you.
But Japanese.
But I don't
girls
want to
like
say it too genuinely, or you might, you know.
So mean, but also not entirely untrue.
that. And scrolls of the era that are Japanese are probably made out of bamboo, which is not really a tree, but anyway.
That's actually true. and
It's a
fair.
type of grass.
Anyways, semantics aside, you guys are able to head out, and I'm just going to kind of speed through travel because you guys are essentially on roads for the most part.
Can I- We don't have to actually like roleplay a conversation, but can I please know my horse's name?
No.
Name it. Just name it.
You're hurting
Can
me.
Can I generate a random horse name for him? But I'll
Sure.
pick one that's funny. All
You
right.
can do it.
Roll a d10 for me.
I was gonna go with water chestnut, because like chestnut is a horse name and
Oh,
water
yeah.
chestnut, but I hate water chestnut.
You don't get to go with anything. You get
I'll
to
roll a
with
d10.
this. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Do we get a short rest on the road?
I rolled a
Oh.
1.
No, you don't want that one. Roll again.
No, I'm totally...
Well, that one says 2 in the pink. We're not going to do that. Okay, roll it again.
Oh, okay.
Okay, your horse's name is Odor in the Court.
Odor?
Odor in
Odor
the court.
in the court is pretty good.
I miss cool spot. He had some class.
If you'd rolled a 5, you would have gotten Waikiki Amukao.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but it's fun to say. And a 9 would have been Usain Colt, which is also fun.
That's pretty good too. Yeah.
You know that there's a real racing horse named this?
Yeah, these are all
Someone-
racing horse names.
Yeah, because someone said, like, I want his name to be Potatoes, and they heard pot 8 O's.
I want my horse to be named 1993 White Ford Bronco.
Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good.
I don't get the reference.
I want one that's just named Dog.
That's good too.
Okay. So all these names are the canon names.
Awesome. Let's go,
How
Dog.
many horses do we have?
Each of you can have a horse.
We can each have a horse? State and I didn't
Wow.
have to share?
Well, you two get ponies.
Yay!
Oh, no. I don't want a pony.
Why not?
It's emasculating.
Well, you can't get onto a horse. You're too short.
And two.
You can step on my face.
Is that
I'll help you get up on the
You'd
horse.
have to bring a step ladder to get on your horse.
Yo,
is that helpful to me or to you?
He
They
helps you
both.
get up, and you help him get up. What's there to understand?
Ah, I see.
you gotta pull me up there when you get there. It's probably easier to feed one less horse.
I appreciate the camaraderie. Let's share a horse.
Okay.
We're
Just
gonna
two-
struggle to get up.
Two boys, one horse.
Do you guys want potato or odor?
I mean, the dice have spoken.
Yeah, it's over in the corner.
I want Bronco.
You don't
You
get Bronco.
fuck.
You had an opportunity to name your horse, and you
You rolled
chose
for
to
it.
let Kohaku roll.
I was not. He told me that I didn't get an opportunity.
Yeah, I did make that call for you, and you need to stick with it.
It's true.
We're gonna get stuck with the horse names for a while.
I guess I'll go with Odor.
Okay.
Can we list which horses are named
I'm
now?
just gonna call him Stink though.
You know, stink doesn't have to be bad. It could be a good stink. You know, it could be like kind of a good odor. Like
You
a,
don't. You
like
don't
a
say.
scented candle has kind of a good odor. You
See,
know,
see that you immediately contradicted yourself. You don't say stink and odor when you would describe a pleasant smell. You say scent or aroma
yeah, you go,
or
no. Listen, you go to get the aromatherapy. You get the odor sticks. You get the stink.
no.
bombs,
Nobody calls it an odor or a stink stick. You don't say, "Hi, can I get your essential
You got a nice
your
stink
essential
on you.
odor?" Yeah, I hate this conversation.
You
Clock,
got
by the
that
way.
stank.
That means it's time to end the session.
No. Wait.
It's too early, and I'm off
Oh.
tomorrow.
I don't mean that in a bad way.
It's 5 o'clock.
It's 5:00.
Did
it's
you know-
actually,
You're
hey, did you know it's actually 5:17 here?
What the
Because
fuck?
it's getting worse.
It's getting
How
worse.
does
You're
that-
drifting
what's
farther and
happening?
farther. As the universe expands, Drake's little Canada bubble of time stretches farther into the future.
It's truly a 5-meter area.
Yeah. So the Canadian government, about 75 meters below the earth in your neighborhood, have a secret compound where they're developing a manufactured man-made black hole, which is
Yeah.
changing relativity in the area and
For sure.
slowing time down.
But it doesn't slow time down. It slows this clock specifically.
But also,
that clock on.
it's your computer.
And-
To be clear, it's a computer clock. It's a digital clock connected to the internet.
Connected to the internet, and every time I try and force it to update, it's like, nah.
You're right. It's already here. We already got
So-
it.
It
Nothing.
it actively says we've updated. It's 5:17, and
Yeah.
then I Google current time, and it's like it's 5:00, man.
Yeah,
and I'm
dude.
like, you're connected to the Google clock. How are you this off?
in this world
Chad,
makes me
please help us.
believe the supernatural more than Drake. Drake has single-handedly make me believe in time bubbles. He makes me believe in prescriptive luck. He makes me believe in all sorts of nonsense that simply cannot be
So-
true, and yet here he is.
I don't think that the prescriptive luck thing is totally my fault because Jaeger and Eli exist as well.
There's three people can have prescriptive luck.
Eli in particular.
Let's be clear, nobody has prescriptive luck, but you make me feel like maybe if we get to the end of all of this and everybody's like, God comes out from behind the curtain, he says, by the way, it was all a prank, bro. There really was prescriptive luck, and it was Drake the whole time. I believe it.
So the thing is, all of my bad luck tends to go to when I'm DMing. Because I have very good luck in certain areas.
Yeah, you do have the average amount of luck prescriptively that everybody else has.
No, I have I have luck in specific fields.
Heck, don't.
Yeah, I know. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't walk down this road.
I have bad luck in
He doesn't
D&D,
look.
and then all of that culminates into extremely good luck with Teshi raffles.
True. That is true.
It's good shit.
It's true.
Why do I have great relationships with women?
In fact, I want you to know that when I did my raffle recently,
Yeah.
I did chase the rabbit a few more times after I rolled the winner, and you were number 2.
Oh, damn.
And
I mean,
nobody else was. in
Literally
there.
already drew me a gift card. I can't ask for more.
Yeah, no,
That's one of my favorite
Good.
Jupiters ever, actually. It was a very good Jupiter.
Jupiter is really hard, so
Yeah.
I really phoned in all the
Yeah, dude,
tests.
he's such a pain in the ass to draw. I don't know why. I made this character. I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to give him spots. I'm not going to give him stripes because I want to have a character
Let's
that's
give him
easy to
intricate
draw for
tattoos.
once. And then I gave him tattoos. What a mistake! What a terrible mistake I've made.
Yeah.
There,
Yeah,
there.
the tattoos are the problem. That's the only problem with Jupe. It's definitely not the 95% opacity shirt that you
Well,
gave him
when do I
with
draw characters
intricate
with clothes
golds, intricate gold constellations all over it.
True.
You just made everything over design. It's fine.
I'm looking through every time that I've drawn Jupiter.
Like, hey, what if I just draw a bunch of squiggles all over this character?
1, 2, 3. Oh well. Okay, I'm counting it.
See, what you need to do every time you draw Jupiter is just do that thing they do in Chowder, where they like just overlay
Yeah.
static pattern
True.
and bump the opacity down a little bit.
Guys, I'm so proud of myself. I've drawn Jupiter with clothes on 7 times, and I've only drawn him without clothing on 3 times.
Well, yeah,
Right.
because it's hard.
Yeah, because the clothing covers up his fucking tattoos.
True.
You have to do him partially clothed.
Right, like Jupiter is great for partially clothed.
Yeah.
Anyways, in fact,
What have
what do
I
you
done?
want? What do you want?
What do I want?
Yeah. What do you want in D&D currently?
What do I want in D&D currently?
Yeah.
We're going to the waterfall, and we're gonna teleport. We're gonna make sure that Tankard is either still there or not still there, and then I think we're going to Merveille.
Right. What I'm saying is that you have a natural 20. You guys are on a road.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I feel like I don't want you to waste your natural 20 on a survival check when you're going down a road. Like you guys are on a road.
Well, study something.
So yeah, like, do you want to do a knowledge check or
Well, so it's gonna take 2 days to get there.
about? Yeah.
Ah, damn. I was gonna say I could like pocket in case something happens. You
You probably best use it in town, huh?
Like you can use it overnight if you want.
yeah, I
Yeah.
just
So if you want to just do like if you want to research something or try to make a craft or something.
make a craft. God,
You want to help Chief with breakfast?
maybe like it's just going to be silly flavor stuff. I don't think that there's anything I could do that would be meaningful. It's not like I have a library to do research at. I could try to. Well, I mean, I could like do a divination, but there's no rolls involved with that.
Did you want the library?
Or you could spend a d20 on another one-time use cooking check to make Sheesh hate himself.
Yeah, I think realistically, I think I get to the end of the night and I have this left over, and I just burn it, tying up Alistair real good.
Oh, there you
A what?
go.
Oh my god, the entire party's gonna be trying to get him free for like the next 5
No,
hours.
no, no, you
I think we have to
misunderstand.
just cut him out.
You misunderstand. This is a natural 20. It's perfect. It can be. I can undo
Right.
it at the flick of a wrist, but he's
Yeah.
not getting out of there.
This is perfect, Shibari.
Exactly. It's
If
beautiful.
it's 20, it's perfect in form and function.
Exactly. I don't succeed into a failure here.
How did you make the rope look like flower petals around his nipple?
I've been practicing.
I'm probably not here for this,
It's
I don't know. Maybe
but I would
don't know.
admire your handiwork if
I
I
don't know if
could.
we've
You're so
explored that
proud
yet.
that you show it off.
He's just like,
Guys,
just
look
like
what I did.
holy shit! Someone else has to see this.
Yeah,
Oh
you
god,
wheel
I
him
have to
out.
show this off.
Somebody has got to see this knot. Look what I did here.
Wow, Alistair's has nipples. It's crazy.
Yeah, of course it does.
All right. You have a natural 20 of a good time.
Wonderful. I'm gonna think of
Uh,
something at 3 in the morning that I should have used this on.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I can hear the disappointment in Drake's voice.
That means he was thinking something and you didn't go for it.
No,
No,
I
he
literally had
asked me
no
what I
idea.
wanted, and that means he doesn't have anything for me. Let me just replace this 20 with a dash to show I spent it. And these good berries is anybody missing health? I'm missing health. I eat the good berries.
Okay.
Die.
How's your
Yeah,
mana? You
everybody
guys
was
recovering
like,
mana?
I got one short rest from the start of the session.
For the record, you guys have a couple other short rests because you spent that time
Yeah, 2 days.
excavating.
Oh, sick.
So we're back up to full.
Yeah, you guys can probably top yourselves off on everything except for mana.
Right.
Right,
like
We
not
had
a long
two
rest, but-
days. 14:26. Cool.
So yeah, you get 2 short rests in that time. And then you guys can spend the day traveling. So you get 1 more short rest. It is currently the 20th.
And yeah, if anybody's spending hit dice for this, I'll cook too. So you get a free hit dice and a +1 to any you spend.
Yeah.
I'll cook on the road, unless you really want to eat those bento. I mean, you do you. Sheesh isn't gonna judge you. He'll just remember it.
He probably eats his on the way, but then he's like ready for more later because like we need lunch.
That's true. Stain is a growing boy. He eats like 4 meals a day, right?
He eats like a lot. He's a big eater, or at least he tries to.
He is eating for 2.
Me too.
You want to try this toxic smelling bean sludge that was left in the dark accidentally for 3 years?
Oh,
No thanks.
It's pretty
Yeah,
on
sure.
toast.
oh, you want it?
Clamato. Here, try it. Yeah,
Try
no,
some.
it's gonna smell like poison and taste like poison and kind of act like poison, but you won't die.
Mm.
Oh, I love I love how viscous it is and how all of the beans are held together by these strands. It's very
Yeah,
It's
very
kind of
snot-like.
like chunky cum.
Did you cough this up
Jesus
yourself?
Christ, Stain. Who taught you those words? Who has soap?
The street continues to eat the natto.
I'm the only one likely to be carrying soap. I think me and Sheesh. And,
Do you
Alistair.
do you see me? Are you looking at me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you have soap? You're a pirate.
I'm gonna use my natural 20 to hit him instead.
Why would you
no,
want
no,
soap?
no,
You-
no, no, I wouldn't dream
Yeah.
of it. I gotta have that 20 on the road.
Yeah, why do you need soap? You can't smell.
Other people can smell. Also, I can smell a little bit.
Don't you want to smell enough that you can smell yourself?
Well, I've tried that, but then I've gotten the impression that it is too strong, and I don't want to smell too strong.
You can
Get
get pretty
crazy.
strong.
Sailors are famously not very good smelling.
That's kind of true, but when I'm ashore, I'm a merchant, which is where I've spent most of my... Well, that's not true, but I spend a good deal of time ashore.
Gotta smell nice if you're a merchant.
Yeah,
Yep.
smelling nice
He
is very
smells less
important.
fishy than I do.
You smell all right.
Thank you.
I was a fishmonger for many of my days, and then I mongered other things.
Oh, so
Like
smelling
gunpowder.
good as a fishmonger. Probably not. Probably a losing battle.
Kind of a little bit.
You're not helping your case.
Yeah. I mongered other things.
What are you monger?
Herbs. Okay, and
Flesh.
fortunes. I was a fortune monger for a long time, and fortune
Oh,
mongers
yeah,
gotta
with
smell good. That's so important.
Incense and all
Yeah,
that.
dude, I love incense, and so do all of the people who come to me.
Yeah, cover the sweat, piss, and fish smell with some incense. That'll help.
How much
Absolutely.
potpourri is in your pants right now?
None. Because that would be uncomfortable. Also, I can literally, and he just like lifts a hand up and he scoops up a big glob of dew off of all of the grass on the mountain path nearby, and he makes a sphere of it, and then he just like dunks himself in it, and then wicks all of the water off instantaneously, and then he repeats that 4 or 5 times. Ta-da!
I
What
feel
is
like-
your obsession with magical bathing?
I feel like that's cheating. Everyone knows you should always keep some aromatics on yourself. And Sheesh lifts up his cravat, and there's a little pouch made of cheesecloth and cooking twine, and there's some like bay leaves and some rosemary and thyme in there.
Oh, that's actually pretty good. See, that's also
Just to
cheating.
just to keep him smelling.
We all
good.
cheat in our own ways. But look, I can take a bath and dry off in 3 seconds without changing my clothes. Why would I not bathe all the time?
I love that. Sheesh, as a fish man, has pre-seasoned himself.
I keep forgetting that. Yeah. I'm just wearing a sachet
it's-
diffuse around my neck at all times. Like,
First
come and
ogre
get
that
me.
This is why Jupe's so hungry around the whole thing.
Sheesh, when Sheesh dies, as an ogre crushes him, that ogre's just going to toss Sheesh onto a fire pit, and
Yeah.
it's going to be the best meal he's ever had.
Throw me on a cedar plank and bake me, and I'm good to go.
Vec, how do you think soap works?
Little lemon wedge.
Soap is mostly constituted of fat or some other base to which
Talc.
soil adheres. And if you think I don't lather these bubbles before I do it, you're dead wrong.
You need some
Wait.
lye. You need some
You're living
talc.
wrong already.
You get
Oily
that
water
from
don't-
Ash.
Oil and water don't mix, and fur and hair are covered in natural oil to remove water. So dirt and dust, old skin cells, bacteria, and other crap gets mixed into the oils on your skin. This is a microscope. You can't even feel it or see it. You can smell it a little bit, but that's what dirt is on your skin and in your hair. And the soap causes water and oil to be able to mix. So if you use a ball of water with, I guess, some soap. I don't remember if you said there was soap in the magic water, but if you like
I suds that shit.
swish it over your body for 3 seconds, there's not enough. That's not enough time and agitation to cause the lipids to like break down and
It can go back and
dissolve into
forth.
the water.
Okay,
right?
well, that was just a quick demonstration. 3 seconds is an exaggeration. The point is that, okay, what's the worst part of taking a bath? Getting in the bath, right? And the second worst part is getting out of the bath. I get to skip both of those. I take baths
Getting
all
out
the
the
time.
drain after.
I don't have to get undressed. It just happens.
You're also really, really shitty that you're saying Jupe don't like bathe. We're the bathhouse boys.
True, it's in our name. The titular. We're the titular bathhouse boys.
right, but you also bathing is not for cleaning. Bathing is for relaxing and soaking.
No.
Personally, for me, the worst part of the bath is when my convergent evolutionary lungs make it hard to remember if I'm supposed to breathe the air or the water, and I just kind of flop around and panic for a bit.
Does happen a lot.
She has an existential crisis every time.
And
I'm
that's
not
why
ready to
that's why I don't shower in any place that doesn't have a bar and stuff.
I'm not ready to let that slide real quick. Well, there's a reason you have to shower before you get into a hot spring, or like a bathhouse.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They can be both, but it can also just be utilitarian, and for me, it often
Yeah.
is.
But don't go to a bath, or I should say, do go to a bathhouse and get into the bath with all the other burly bros and break out your soap and your cleaning rag and see what happens.
True.
It's implied we wash before in the bathhouse. There's an area where you clean and then you get into the bath.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, bathing is for the soak and the experience and the relaxation, letting the heat penetrate into your muscles.
Nah, in Camelot, you got these tubs that you soak in. Sometimes you share with other people. Not the best,
Sure.
but what you can afford.
A good broth.
Yeah, it's a good staggy broth.
I just think
Peasant
it's.
soup.
I feel like I need some insight in order to fully understand why every Jupiter or every Fett character bathes themselves magically instead of conventionally.
Because it's cool.
It's so convenient.
It's so convenient. I just hate it so much in real life. This is my personal fantasy.
Let him enjoy his fantasy.
I
He
also
always plays
tend-
cats. He always cleans himself magically.
For the
Let
record,
him play.
Thackeray didn't. He did not have enough magic to be able to do
at
this.
least initially.
Initially,
Yeah,
yeah. I think by the end
Later
he
he
had enough
learned
druid levels to
Ghost
do it.
And then he started doing it.
Yeah.
Um,
I gotta run through my list.
as you guys are debating the
Bathing.
concept of bathing and bathing, you guys take a set up camp and have a good night's sleep. You guys get another short rest, and then on the 21st, you wake up and continue your travels, head down the road a little bit, and eventually have to descend into the forest down what was formerly a road and has now been overgrown.
Yeah. What tools do you use to navigate mountains? Mountaineering kit?
No, that's for climbing.
Yeah, for climbing.
Uh,
Navigator tools? Caravan tools?
navigator's tools, potentially just having a map of the area,
Yeah.
You need a good stick.
a compass.
Yeah.
I mean, the stick's pretty. The compass is, I guess, yeah, you probably want both, but make sure you have the stick.
You guys are on the shitty road now, so we'll need a survival check, a fairly easy one.
I'm helping. Nice.
Yeah, she's made a good road meal.
Whoever's navigating, I'm helping.
This is Nara,
Yes.
right? I got a 10 to survival.
That's you then. Why would Nara be good at it?
I
It's not wise.
I thought Nara was good at this.
I got an 8.
You think rangers are supposed
Eight.
to be good at survival? That's a weird
Yeah.
bias.
Go roll, do your 8. You have advantage.
And you can't get lost.
And you can't get lost. An 18.
18's plenty. There are a couple of points where the road gets like super overgrown and you kind of have to take people around some other paths, but eventually you're able to kind of wind back onto the road. And eventually you all begin to smell that like sulfury hot spring scent as you can tell that you're getting close to the springs. And eventually come out to the beautiful kind of like tiered hot springs.
Oh, we gotta stop here.
Yugatari.
This is the mystical hot springs that give you a long rest.
Yeah.
You want to long rest here before we go?
You guys already used it.
Oh yeah. Darn. We're just here.
Whoa. That's not gonna stop us from getting in the hot
I mean,
water.
yeah, you can
Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
you won't get the long rest benefits, but you can absolutely stop here and take a soak.
Oh, what do we do when we come across a bath, boys?
It's rude to refuse a gift, and gods have given us these places, these holy places for our order. It's
You don't
Yeah.
put the gift horse in the mouth, and you don't piss in a free bathhouse. Those are the 2 rules of the road.
Really?
Two of the rules I've heard, at least.
Alright, I'm gonna clean myself outside of the water first. I'm gonna get in.
Good call.
Stain does not have a way to bathe himself with magic or anything. So he's like, oh, well, I'm just gonna wash myself and then go in.
dang. I need my bath boy, but staying out, I can't. I have to wash myself.
You want some help?
Yeah.
Do you want to borrow a sachet?
The seasoning
Um,
sachet?
Don't
I feel-
call it seasoning.
I just feel it's kind of weird when you like chop carrots into the water around me.
No,
and
it's not.
I
It's
don't know
not
what the-
carrots, and I'm
Hey,
not chopping them around you. It's
I don't know what the bay leaves are for.
I got the giant wooden spoon you asked for. Where you want it?
Shh, 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 shh.
Oh, okay.
Okay, oh, soy sauce. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Oh, that's an interesting way to bathe.
Well,
He uses magic to make cricket. Super.
Mustard, full bean, baba, and check.
As you guys are taking a quick dip, Gohaku, you
Hi.
hear a voice in your head. And you recognize it as Julong, the corpse collector.
Ah. Yeah, let me calibrate my antenna.
Gohaku, I've spent some time doing a couple of experiments on that hair you provided. I think I have a theory on your cousin's nature, but it's rather complicated. Could I perhaps use your teleportation to meet you somewhere? You can respond to this message.
I can, but I don't know. I don't know anything about the teleportation thing. I don't know what to tell him. I mean, obviously, yeah. Like, come meet me as soon as you can. And then I'll tell him kind of approximately where we are. That's a good question. Can you like pause ascending if you're the respondent in order to like ask your friend something and then come back to it?
I think you could pause it for a couple of moments.
Okay.
You couldn't like sit on it for a full day or anything, but
All right, Karka's just sitting there in the bath, and then all of a sudden this like magical orb of silence like covers his head like a space helmet, and he's like listening to it and chatting a little bit.
ears go fully
kinda-
upright.
Yeah, they're swiveling around like antennas. It's got the little Wi-Fi signal on it. We got 3 bars out of 5.
Not bad. Not bad. We're in the mountains.
Yeah, it is not bad.
Yeah.
And then he like kind of pokes his face out of the bubble. Hey, where's the nearest teleport point?
In that cave
Here.
right there.
What do we call it?
I guess the Yugatari cave portal.
When I pull it back into the bubble, there's a portal for teleportation in the Yugatari cave near the waterfall. We're there right now.
You don't get any sort of response, but 15 minutes go by or so, and then eventually kind of like squeezing out of that cave, you do see Julong steps out, this large kind of bugbear like individual. Well, that was fortunate timing. He kind of looks at all of you, just relaxing. It comes over and sits down. Is this a bad time?
Oh, it's a great time. We're out in the wilderness. We're alone with the expectation of privacy. Nobody's watching us. We're in the bath relaxing, shooting the breeze.
I could try some tea. Your throat.
Yeah. Are you sure? We can talk about this perhaps next week if you want.
I think they should have a long conversation right now with lots of like extreme voice acting.
What's the harm in one more boy joining the bath? Right here, grab yourself some herbs and spices. Get a nice simmer going.
I think, actually, I'm not even going to give anyone the chance. I think we're going to jump to this next week because we'll have Alistair back, and this might be of interest to him.
Excellent.
No, do a cliffhanger. Is Kanji a mortal or a demon?
Bum, bum, bum.
We will find out next week
Damn.
because we're
No.
back, baby. Hopefully, fingers crossed,
We're so bad.
We're so back.
like the dinosaurs.
Put it on your calendars right now, fuck boy. Reserve your tickets in advance because it pays for the whole seat, but you'll only need the
We need to put Philo and Shaq in a room more often.
Yeah.
True.
Make them breathe.
Yeah. Twitch audience, thanks for coming. Make sure you come in next week because A, our voices will be a lot clearer, and B, we
don't know that for sure, but hopefully.
Yeah, well, hopefully. One of us at some point during next week's stream will say a slur that is not allowed on Twitch. Okay, it's going to happen. We've had this planned for months. You don't want to miss it.
Jesus Christ. And 2 weeks from now, one of us dies.
And 2 weeks from now, we will be back to Wild Folk.
True.
And a little over 2 weeks from now, it's November 5th for those watching in America. So
True.
remember to vote.
Get out there. Go do your thing.
Also true.
Don't fuck it up.
Do it. No, make sure to vote. I'm not gonna be like an asshole and tell you who to vote for, but like vote. It's
Wait.
important. And if you're
She
one of
should-
those people, if you're one of those people who's like, oh, it's just one vote. My vote doesn't matter. It's like fucking. We live in a society, and it's really fucking about time that some of you start taking responsibility for the world that
True.
you live in.
And you know what? I have something to say. There's one side that says I'm not gonna be a butthole and tell you who to vote for, and then there's another side who will tell you who to vote for. You know, I'm tired of being second fiddle. I'm voting for Harris.
Okay, yeah. Well, like I just mostly like I'll tell you who you should vote for if you're like a sensible person. I just didn't want to like.
Guys,
I know
we're a bunch
I'm
of
the
gay
one that-
furries. We all know who we're all voting
I
for.
know I'm the one who runs the risk of saying something most often that's not going to fly on Twitch. But if we can give you like a persuasive argument at least, I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm just saying maybe make an informed decision. Vote blue.
I'm telling you who to vote for. Audience, if you're listening to this, if you're
Who's
gonna
blue?
vote for anybody other than
The
Harris,
dog from the
check
show.
yourself.
I
Also,
vote for blue too.
importantly, the big thing with just voting, even if you're in a state where your vote doesn't feel like it's going to matter,
It does.
right, first of all, it does. But also, the reason that it does is because the more that people vote and the more that they feel like their vote doesn't matter, the more frustrated people will get, and the more likely the Electoral College, which is an outdated and ridiculous system, will get changed.
Wild.
And guys, this is coming from the Canadian.
True.
Okay, I'm done towing the line too. Fucking don't vote Trump. Don't be a fucking idiot. If you
We gotta
if you
stop.
value-
We gotta cut it.
All right, I'm going to roll us out. For the record, I completely agree, but I'm also going to roll us out
True.
because this is going to be a 2-hour rant.
Oh, what?
Also true.
Are you worried that Elon is gonna buy Twitch next?
No, I
This
don't give a
is
shit.
censorship.
I have to go get dinner, and I know that this is
Anthropology
going to
is
turn into 2
killing my
hours.
free
I'm
speech.
also.
The Canadians are censoring us.
Jeez, which one of us riding